Kochaver frustrated the Twins last weekend in Minnesota. The Twins had 11 base runners in 6 innings, but couldn't get the big hit, and Luke won his second straight game. The rematch is next on Fox Sports Kansas City. Despite the loss, David DeJesus gave the fans a thrill last night with a so-called inside-the-park home run. But in the end, it was the Minnesota Twins with most of the highlights, and they took Game 1, 8-3. Welcome back to Kauffman Stadium, along with Paul Splittorff. I'm Ryan Lefevre, and rain all day. We were expecting delays, but now it looks like we're going to start on time. And it's still going to be slick out there for the outfielders. And speaking of David DeJesus, Split, another move on defense, but it really hasn't affected his defense.
It's not like this is the first time it's ever happened to him. And the one thing about David, you know what you're going to get. Whether it's going to be center field, which he came up as, move to left field, move to right, but it doesn't make any difference. The range is the same, jump is the same. He knows he's not the fastest guy in the league, so he has to work on that a whole lot. It was like that in center field. He doesn't have the best arm in the league. Has to charge the ball hard, quick release. Make sure he's an accurate thrower. Same thing in right field. Still making some adjustments out there, but you look at his numbers, they're all the same. Whether it's the defensive percentage, whether it's the bat. Now, he's gotten off to a slow start each of the last 2 campaigns. Hurt a couple years ago, last year just slow, off to a better start here in 2010.
And last night was able to snap an 0 for 10 with the inside-the-park home run, so maybe back on his way to the David DeJesus we're accustomed to seeing.
Well, David, that kind of surprised. It looked like us like that ball's out of the ballpark, but just still calling it inside the park. But he's back up the top of the order. He's comfortable there, back in there tonight.
Our pitching matchup tonight, Luke Kochaver, one of his 2 wins is against the Minnesota Twins and going up against Nick Blackburn, and the Royals had a good day against him last weekend in Minnesota. We'll talk more about our pitching matchup when we come back. Royals Baseball brought to you tonight by Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. And by Kellogg's, the best to you each morning. A week ago today, the Royals faced Nick Blackburn in Minnesota, scored 5 runs, 7 hits, in 5 innings.
Ryan, he's the sinker ball, and if we look at these clips right here, every pitch is up and out over the plate. Couldn't get the ball down, had a little bit of tenderness in his elbow a week ago. You look for him to come out and be better here tonight. He's a guy that makes all of his starts, gets it deep into the games.
Second straight start for Luke Hochevar against the Minnesota Twins. Here's the Kia pitching report.
Got to cut down the loss, much like last night here. One thing he has done, if you remember a year ago, he couldn't stay away from the big inning. He has so far this year, so we're seeing improvement there.
Here's the Minnesota Twins starting lineup presented by M&I Bank, and no big changes after Minnesota scored 8 runs last night. Jason Kuba will be the designated hitter. Delman Young will be in left field. Twins just couldn't get the big hit against Luke Hochevar. Maybe the best example of that last weekend was when Justin Morneau came up with the bases loaded against Luke, and Luke struck him out. In the end, Hochevar took the win. Royals and the Twins, the first pitch is next. With digital cable. And even with the rain, a nice big crowd is building at Kauffman Stadium of Royals and Twins fans. And amongst the spectators is Joel Goldberg.
Well, guys, I've been kind of walking around the last couple of days just informally polling Twins fans. Will they keep on coming now that they have an outdoor stadium up in Minneapolis, Target Field? And nobody's really sure, except for that everybody I've talked to says they enjoy coming to Kauffman Stadium. Talked to a bunch of guys last night that said that they like getting the 6 of them together, driving down here and making a weekend of it. Just talked to another group that said, we like Kauffman Stadium as much as Target Field. It's become a tradition coming down here. So yes, we have a beautiful new ballpark, but you guys have a beautiful new ballpark. Talked to some fans from Omaha that are actually Twins fans, and it's convenient for them to come. Even talked to some Twins fans that live here in Kansas City. Not sure really what their problem is, but either way, the rivalry continues. Guys, back upstairs to you.
All right, thank you, Joel. And Ron Gardenhire's team has given Twins fans a reason to travel down I-35 and follow them. They're at 12-5, and they were 6-3 in their first homestand at brand new Target Field.
That has a whole lot about winning. when we were doing well, a lot of people came from Kansas City, went up to Minneapolis to watch it, as well as they did down to Arlington to see us play the Rangers. So a lot of it has to do with that one-loss record.
Hochevar right on target to Denard Span, who has hit in 8 straight games. And remember, when the Royals and Twins hooked up in Minneapolis, Span was hitting just 189. And he checks in tonight at 258. 1 ball, 1 strike. Span a little bit of everything last night. 1 for 3. Also had a walk. Stole his team leading 5th base. And he scored 1 of the 8 runs. 1-2.
Royals have the work cut out for him here in the next couple of days, Ryan. The Minnesota Twins have played 5 series. They've won all 5. A number of those against Central Division opponents. So they are off to the best start clearly in our division.
Into the left field corner and slicing Pasednik. And fair ground makes the play. So Span is out. For a while, it looked like we might be delayed 1, maybe 2 hours. But the weather cleared. We start right on time with a temperature of 57 degrees, maybe a light drizzle falling. Time and temp brought to you by the parking spot. Easy to spot, easy to park. The parking spot at KCI.
I was reading in the paper today, there has not been a major league game canceled because of rain yet this year. And I don't want to jinx anybody, but wow, that is unbelievable.
Well, you won't jinx this one.
Of course, everybody was worried about the first week at Target Field, what that was going to be like, but really not any farther north than Detroit, Cleveland. I mean, they're right on the lake.
And I'll tell you what, the weather we ended up having split, especially the final game of that series, we would have been happy that day if it was June. I mean, it was that nice. And, of course, nowadays it's not just in baseball or sports, but there are statistics for everything. And in the first week of the regular season, the major league average temperature across the board was 13 degrees higher than normal.
A little bit of comfortable payback for what we had in February and March. Good time to have it.
Orlando Hudson, he's had quite a season against the Royals already. 4 hits, 5 walks, and a home run in the series last weekend. And then tonight, or last night rather, 3 out of 4 with a walk, so on base 4 more times. And he scored a run.
Minnesota got very little production out of their middle infielders a year ago. Figured he'd get a whole lot more of that this year.
Luke strikes out his first, 2 down. Here's how the Royals line up defensively tonight. Pasednik, Ankiel, and DeJesus in the outfield. David with that team record errorless streak. Alex Gordon makes his 5th start at 3rd. And Jason Kendall back at the plate for Hochevar.
First 2 hitters, Luke, has really established the fastball. Both down in the zone on the outside corner, the last one on the strikeout up in the eye. So he's all over home plate, in the zone, going with fastball early here tonight.
Well, this is obviously a very good offensive team, but you might as well challenge them if the Royals haven't learned already in the first 4 games. If you don't throw strikes to the Twins, they ain't swinging. Drilled deep into the left field corner, and Pasednik can't quite make the play, and now it rolls away from him. And Mauer is on his way to 3rd base. Pasednik made those great plays in left field in Minnesota, but just missed the drive from Mauer here in the first inning.
Second half of the ball game here last night, the Royals stayed away all the time against Joe Mauer. It looks to me like he's starting to adjust. So look at his last 3 at-bats last night. Double up in the left field corner, fly ball left field, line drive left field. Now here's another line drive up that left field line. Pasednik almost got there, running out of room. Bangs off the pads. That ball goes for a triple. So everything away on Mauer. Let's see if they adjust the rest of the night and at least balance it out a little bit.
0-1 on Justin Morneau. And that's one of the things maybe we don't spend enough time talking about when you discuss great hitters like Mauer. He has great balance. He is strong. Great knowledge of the strike zone. But then, of course, there's the figuring out what the opponent is trying to do to you.
I think most of the league has figured out that Joe Mauer is going to hit somewhere between 330 and 350 against everybody. So how do you want him to do it? Do you want him to spray it all over the ballpark? You want to try to make him pull the ball where it probably has a little bit more power? Or do you want to try to take that power away and push him the opposite way? I think the Royals' decision early on here in this series and again last week had us force him to go the opposite way. Hope you can hold him to a base hit. Tries to keep the ball in the ballpark. At least the wind is not blowing out the left field here tonight like it did here last night. That should help.
Justin Morneau with a single and 2 walks. Drove in a run last night. Morneau with 18 career home runs against the Royals. That's the most for him against any club. He hit his first major league home run right here at Kauffman Stadium back in '03 off of Albie Lopez. Remember that name?
Oh boy. Wasn't here very long, was he? 2 weeks? 3 at the most?
The most. Did he go? No swing. Scott Berry, the umpire at third base.
Nice play by Jason Kendall right there. Curveball buried in the dirt, trying to get more notice, swing at one out of the zone. Ball very easily could have gone back to the net. Kendall blocked it and kept it right there at his feet.
Going to try a fastball inside. Didn't get the call. Right where Kendall wanted it. So a walk and runners at first and third.
Normally, if you hit your catcher right in the middle of the body, that's a strike. Maybe off just a little bit. From our angle, maybe just a little bit left of center. If that was somebody other than a former MVP, you'd probably get the call.
Now Michael Kadire, who drove in a run with 2 outs in the first inning last night, right after Justin Morneau did against Gilgamesh. And the Twins, with 2 outs, nobody on, have a triple and a walk. And this is Minnesota's leading RBI man, and Kadire going after the first pitch, 0-1.
Kadire making quite a living hitting right behind Mauer and Morneau. Been red hot all season long. You still don't hear anything about it. Talk about a guy flying under the radar but getting it done.
Wow, that's a tough part of the plate in the first inning.
Well, unless Jason Kendall is standing out from behind home plate, and that ball maybe just a little bit center of his body, but man, you'd like to have something out there in the corner.
Went around. First base umpire is Brian Knight. 1-2 to Kadire. Well, this is what Luke did if he can get out of this inning. All game on Sunday at Minnesota. They had base runners all over the place, just couldn't get the big hit. And he gets out of it again. Twins strand 2 in the first. and now the Royals coming up against Nick Blackburn with this batting order presented by M&I Bank. Same batting order as last night. Some long hitting streaks came to an end. Scott Pasednik lost a 9-gamer, Jose Guillen an 11-gamer, and Jason Kendall, the longest, lost a 14-game hitting streak last night. So trying to get back on track tonight against right-hander Nick Blackburn. Here's the Kia scouting report.
Still a young pitcher. You see his record from a year ago. Very good at home, not quite so good on the road. That's not unusual. Not bad here at Kauffman Stadium. Career 2.63, but you look what the opponents are hitting against him this year, 307. Now, he will give up a lot of base hits, but so typical of the Minnesota pitchers. He'll be in the strike zone, although the walks are up this year as well.
David DeJesus ended an 0 for 10 last night with a couple of hits, including the inside the park home run, which actually cleared the wall in right center field, but David kept running. Kadire in right realized that the ball was over the fence, so he stopped playing it. And it was David's third career inside the park home run. 1 ball, 1 strike. Speaking of hitting streaks, David has done very well recently against the Twins. If you go back to last year, David has a 17-game hitting streak against Minnesota. Hits that ball hard to left. Delman Young racing, and it's over his head. So it's an 18-gamer, and DeJesus will put on the brakes with a first-inning double.
Minnesota really challenging David by playing shallow in left field. Now, I mentioned the wind is out of the northwest tonight. Not a big wind, but it's going to hold up any ball hit out there, but playing extremely shallow against David, who does have gap power that way. You see Delman Young going straight back. Boy, is he a trimmer player this year or what? Down about 20, 25 pounds. Ball easily over his head. At 1 hops the wall. David has his 6th double of the year.
And now the Twins ready for a bunt on the third base side. If Pasednik lays one down, instead he tries to drag it, and Blackburn's play is to first. So not what Pasednik was hoping for, but still a productive out as he gets DeJesus over to third base.
You know, Ryan, we've seen this club bunt a whole lot more this year than we have the last couple of years, and I'm not really a bunt guy, but one thing it does, it makes the opponent think a little bit on how they're going to line up, forces you to get out and play defense, and I think in a way, just put a little more pressure on that defense and helps the Royals out in the long run. Bottom line is you get the guy over to third base is there with the opportunity to drive him in with this fly ball.
And now the Twins will counter with a challenge. They'll bring the infield in for Billy Butler. So Billy looking for a pitch up against a pitcher who's known for keeping the ball down.
Now, I don't think it's so much that Ron Gardner thinks this is going to be a 1-0 or a 2-1 ball game, but he's got a sinker ball out on the mound. If they feel confident in his stuff and ability to get a ground ball, hey, why not bring it in? Billy's hit a lot of ground balls recently. He's hitting some double plays, so maybe they're playing the percentages right here, think they can get that done.
Tough night for Billy last night, 0 for 4, a couple of strikeouts. And he hasn't done a whole lot against Blackburn. Just a .222 hitter. Got a pitch up there and was trying to go to right field. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
They're doing a pretty good job of pounding Billy inside last night. I think he was having a hard time picking up the ball as well against Carl Pavano.
Jammed in, but he gets it over Hudson. So if the infield's back, that's an out. And Billy got just enough of it to drive into Jesus, and the Royals take a 1-0 lead.
Ryan, they pitched him like they thought they might, was working him inside, trying to power the fastball in on the hands. Really got it in pretty well. Billy does not get a whole lot of bat. That ball hits its trademark, maybe a little bit lower, but just enough power to muscle it over the pulled-in infield. That ball lands on the outfield grass by about 2 feet. And if Hudson is playing deep, as you mentioned, he'll catch that ball about belt high. Gamble didn't pay off for Minnesota.
Big curveball for a strike on Jose Guillen. Had an 11-game hitting streak stop last night, going 0 for 4. Jose with those 6 home runs. That's the 3rd most in the American League. But he is not just hitting home runs. His batting average is 4th best. Scott Podsednik still leading the league. Justin Morneau, Minnesota first baseman, off to a good start as well. And then Jose Guillen at 354. Drilled into the left field corner, and that's fair. Delman Young was way over towards left center field, so Butler will be able to score all the way from first base, and the Royals lead 2-0.
Brian, where this ball is hit, it's going to be extra bases almost regardless of how they defend. This ball is in the middle of the plate, a breaking ball. They're trying to get it down the way, but Delman Young is going to be a long time getting into the camera because he is, as you mentioned, up in the gap. They were really bunching up the middle against Guillen, left center, right center type hitter. So they were trying to take away the gaps, give away the corner, and Guillen pumped it into the corner. During that hitting streak of his of 11 games, 7 of those games were multiple hit games. So, as you mentioned, not just home runs, not just average, but multiple hit games.
And a multiple run inning for the Royals. It was Minnesota with a 2-run first inning last night. Tonight the Royals strike first. Alberto Callaspo, who had 2 hits last night, ahead in the count 1-0. So the only out that Blackburn has gotten so far is essentially an out that the Royals gave him with the bunt attempt by Scott Podsednik. Ball's hit pretty good to left field, but Delman Young able to get behind it, so 2 down, and Guillen returns to second base. Now Suzuki takes a look at Minnesota defensively. Delman Young in left. It was Jason Kubel last night. Brendan Harris starting his 8th consecutive game at third with Nick Punto on the disabled list. And Blackburn pitching to Joe Mauer. A strike on Rick Ankiel. The last time Ankiel picked up a hit, it was a home run against Nick Blackburn. He had a 2-home run game at Minnesota a week ago, and since then he is 0 for his last 19. 1-1.
Blackburn missed with that pitch there, trying to come inside on the hands. It ends up in the middle of the plate, finishes up in the bleachers. This is a big one right here. Deep left center field up in the bullpen area. Just the big boys are going to leave out there.
Just to put it into perspective, if that ball was hit here at Kauffman Stadium, you're talking easily the first level of water, if not the second level of water in deepest left center field. As in above and to the right of the DiGiorno sign. Two and two.
Trey Hillman telling us before the ball game when they signed Ankiel, they figured he was going to be a streaky player, going to get hot, going to hit for some power, but also going to go through some dry spells. It's a dry spell right now. They're hoping it ends here this weekend.
On a wet night.
Terrific.
How about that? Only could a dry spell end on a wet night.
Love the way you weave it.
Those 2 home runs for Ankiel, the only at-bats he has against Blackburn. Thought about it. And a full count. Now that pitch appeared to be inside, but that is an area of the plate that Jerry Davis is not calling.
Fastball situation. They come with a little bit of a slider right there. Misses down and in. out of the zone. Good discipline by Ankiel right there. That's a pitch that a lot of guys will chase with 2 strikes.
And he takes a walk. That's always a good sign. Hitter in a slump, laying off close pitches. And the inning continues for Jason Kendall.
Rick Anderson, the pitching coach, his 9th year with the Minnesota Twins. He's been there as long as Ron Gardner. All of his guys are conventional guys. Fastball, curveball, slider, change. No change with Blackburn. That's what he will feature. Slider and sinking fastball the last 2 pitches to Ankiel that he gave up the walk. Just the 2nd walk that Minnesota starters had given the Royals in the 2 series so far.
Wow. Rick Anderson is originally from the Mets organization and made it to the big leagues in '86, the year that the Mets beat the Red Sox. And the next year he spent 6 games here with the Royals. Also played in 7 games with KC in '88. That was his final professional season. So Jason Kendall now trying to begin a new hit streak after losing a 14-gamer last night. Kendall didn't go down easily, hit one of the hardest balls against Carl Pavano all night, but he lost an extra base hit on a diving play at first by Morneau. 2-0. The Royals as a team are hitting .290, but with runners in scoring position, .329. Both of those numbers overall and with runners in scoring position lead the American League.
That number didn't really stand out in the first homestand, but that last road trip, these guys were terrific with 2 outs. This is a situation they give him the green light right here. The way Kendall handles the bat, veteran guy, you got a guy struggling with his command out there right now. He may lay one in there. You figure, hey, Kendall's sitting 7th in the lineup. There's a reason he's down there. I wouldn't be afraid to give him the green light right here. Mix it up, maybe you have a big inning.
Ball 4. Back-to-back walks given by Blackburn, and now they're loaded up for Alex Gordon.
Walks are something you can't count on against Blackburn, although his are up this year. He's having about a walk every 3 innings. But last year, 1.8 walks on average per 9 innings. As good as anybody else on that Minnesota staff. So this is a surprise. We can get a couple of them here in the first.
Coming into the game, the Twins as a staff split had walked 38 in 17 games. That's a little more than 2 walks per game. Blackburn with 2 walks in 1 inning. Alex jumps on the first pitch, golfs it out to center field, and Denard Span is there. So the Royals leave the bases loaded, but they come up with 2 in the first. celebrating Zach Greinke's Cy Young season in the first homestand with an on-field presentation, and now giving away the bobblehead tonight. And the Royals celebrating offensively with 2 runs in the first inning. And there is the Roya Club from Lee Summit, who joined the game from the left field corner.
What does it take to get a Y in there? Maybe spell something clever like Royals?
Oh, is that what it says?
Not with the foul pole in the middle.
There it is. There's your Y. Ball 1 on Jason Kubel. He snapped an 0 for 17 with a base hit late in the game last night. Came around to score on Jim Thome's 2-run double, which put the game out of reach. Hochevar dancing around a 2-out triple and a walk in the first inning and striking out Michael Kadire. He'll get Kubel, then Delman Young and J.J. Hardy in the second. And a changeup, broken bat. Piaspo cuts it off. 1 away. Visit FoxSportsKansasCity.com for exclusive Kansas City sports content. Watch interviews with the Royals and read about the Chiefs draft. See it now on FoxSportsKansasCity.com. Well, here's that trimmer Delman Young that Split was talking about. Lost some 30 pounds during the offseason. And he says the reason for it was when he heard that Carl Pavano was coming back to the Twins this year, that he was going to have to be running down more fly balls in the outfield. So he was preparing himself for that during the offseason.
Sounds to me like he's on Pavano a little bit. He's a sinker baller, isn't he?
Two hops to Alex. Close but out. 2 up, 2 down, and that's what Hochevar did in the first inning. And then Minnesota with a triple and a walk, and Luke was able to get out of it.
First ground balls of the evening for Luke come here in this inning. Ground ball from Kuba came on a fastball. This ground ball right here on a breaking ball, down and away.
And now Minnesota shortstop J.J. Hardy. Like Jason Kubel, ended a long hitless drought last night. He had been 0 for 14 and stopped that with a home run. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Get the feeling that Minnesota would be pretty happy with J.J. Hardy at that shortstop position. A little bit unsettled ever since that trade of Jason Bartlett to Tampa Bay. As it turns out, Bartlett has really developed into the type of player Minnesota wanted at that position. Now an all-star in the American League. And playing on a team that has been to the postseason.
Still 1-2. Hardy out of the Brewers organization. 2nd round pick back in 01. Twins got him for Carlos Gomez. Got him to chase up and out of the strike zone. Luke has struck out 3. won both, and now he has a 2-0 lead in the bottom of the second inning. And with the Royals coming up, let's take a look at tonight's You Call It, presented by Sprint. In our regular Saturday feature, the play of the week. Alberto Callaspo had 2 home runs on Sunday at Minnesota. Lou Kochaver in the same game struck out Justin Morneau with the bases loaded. Alex Gordon on Wednesday with the game-winning home run in the 10th inning. Or David DeJesus with the inside the park home run last night. Text 432-432. Enter keyword Royals, followed by a space, A, B, C, or D. Betancourt reaching at a pitch away, and that's going to drop. Going to hold with a single. So a break for Betancourt and the Royals, and they've had the leadoff man on in the first 2 innings.
One thing about Betancourt, he has terrific hand-eye coordination. I mean, even though this ball's well out of the zone, he makes contact on a lot of pitches, and that's one of the reasons he hadn't hit well. If you can get him swinging at bad balls, he's not going to hit it very hard, but this one falls in no man's land. Also makes a good move by staying tight at first base. Kadire has a terrific arm in right field. Kadire tried to throw behind him, see if he could pick him off. It didn't happen.
Chasing a pitch like that on 1-0 and basically hitting a pop-up to shallow right, Eddie Rodriguez, the first base coach, and say, good job. Just don't do that again.
That's not a good at bat. It worked out fine, but that's not quite what they're looking for right now.
David DeJesus digging in against Blackburn for the second time tonight. Had an inside the park home run last night, and with more on that, here's Joel.
Yeah, an inside the park home run, sort of. Now everybody knows that that ball cleared the fence, but the umpire said that it was an inside the park home run. So the Royals did inquire about trying to officially get it changed to an outside the park home run just for the sake of record keeping. But as soon as that next pitch is thrown, it's not something that can be changed without the umpire's authority at that point. It's not a reviewable play, or it wasn't something they were going to review. If it was a scorer's decision, guys, they could go back later and do that. But once that next pitch is thrown, no instant replays. It goes down as the 94th inside the park home run in franchise history, the 76th ever hit by anyone here at Kauffman Stadium, with maybe a little bit of an asterisk next to it, although you won't maybe see that asterisk in the record books, guys.
Interesting ruling right there, because last year was the first year that they came in that umpires could go to the replay on boundary calls. And if you can go do it, why not get it right? Yeah. I mean, the rule is there, but why?
Ron Gardenhire had some interesting thoughts on it, too, because he thought about going out and arguing, because he felt like that his outfielders stopped playing the ball because it went over the fence. But then he realized if he went out and argued, they would go to instant replay and it would be over the fence anyway. So after thinking about it, he realized the best spot for him was right there on the Minnesota bench.
Well, plus they had the lead, and everything was going fine. They had a nice momentum going in the game. I mean, why go out and stop something when you've already got it in hand? So I think you pick your spot.
Sorry, Split. The flip side of that, guys, is had he been thrown out at the plate to Jesus, or had he only made it to third, you can guarantee you Trey would have been out there awfully quickly. At that point, then, he would have been asking for a replay. Whether he was granted that or not, who knows. But in this case, the result ended up being the same. It's just the record keeping that maybe is off a little bit.
That's drilled into right center. Long run for Span and Kadire, and it's going to drop. And it'll be worth another run to Jesus on his way to third. Does he hang on to the bag? He does. Almost slid by third base. So David working on the cycle, and the Royals have a 3-0 lead.
Ryan, he hits the ball hard to straight up left field his first time in. And now they try to adjust on him, check out the location of the ball. They're trying to come inside but leave it up and out over the plate. David able to jump on it. Right center field gap was wide open. They were trying to tie him up with that pitch. Didn't get it where they wanted to. And he pounds it deep. One hop off the wall and then leg it out. And the Royals are up 3-0. And Blackburn having trouble getting the ball down again tonight.
Twins bring the infield in again, and Delman Young in the left field corner has a good arm. And he heaves it all the way to the plate. That was pretty close considering how deep it was, but Pasetnik gets DeJesus home, and it's 4-0.
Ryan, the only out made tonight on the ground was the sacrifice. Everything else is in the air. Going against the ground ball pitcher, unable to get it. Bo Jackson might be able to throw him out on that play, but I think he's the only one I've ever seen.
So the base is clear. 0-1 to Billy Butler. Drove in his 11th run in the first inning with a single to shallow right center field with the infield in, and then he came around to score on Guillen's double. And that's driven into the right field corner. Royals with their second extra base hit of the inning and their fourth of the game. And we're only in the second. Just a reminder to look for the Miller Lite Taste Greatness moment later in tonight's game. Royals already with 6 hits and just an inning in a third, and this is the second visit from pitching coach Rick Anderson, and now the Twins are busy in the bullpen.
You're allowed 1 visit per inning, so he has taken the max the first 2 innings. After a while, you run out of things to tell a guy, but get the ball down in the zone would be one of them. Activity in their bullpen for the first time tonight. Ellis Burnett throwing. And Rick Anderson on his way back to the dugout.
But let's talk mechanics here. And we talked about how Blackburn had a little tenderness around his elbow, so he got 6 days off instead of the normal 4 in between starts. How would maybe some tenderness prevent him from getting the ball down?
Well, you just don't finish. You're a little bit afraid and a little bit skeptical of the elbow and how it might feel, so you end up maybe pushing the ball or not following through or finishing, and you have to do that to be able to get the ball with the live action and try to get down in the zone. So he might not be finishing out front like he normally would. But he had the same problem last weekend up in Minneapolis. Remember in that ball game he was up in the zone a whole lot.
Ball 1 to Jose Guillen. He doubled in a run in the first. His 14th RBI of the year. That leads the Royals. And he tacked on 10 points to his batting average. Now at 364. Busted his bat. Butler to third. And Guillen is the first out on the ground for Blackburn. 2 down. Final game of the series is tomorrow afternoon at 1:10. Royals Live begins at 12:30. Brian Bannister going up against Kevin Slowey. Final game of this series with Seattle coming in on Monday night.
Brian, the other thing that has happened to Blackburn, he can't get anything going. David DeJesus opens the ball game with that double to left field, so all of a sudden he's not only in trouble but has a man in scoring position. This inning he starts off pretty well, but gives up a bloop hit and then an extra base hit, so can't get anybody out, can't work out the windup, can't get any good momentum.
Royals add 2 more. 4-0 lead already tonight.
Well, he's also pitching down in the zone to get ahead in the count and then putting the hitters away with the high fastball. 3 strikeouts so far tonight. All 3 of them like instant replays, balls out of the zone. But key item, get ahead in the count with your natural stuff down. And he's found the Twins chasing that high fastball so far tonight.
Got around a triple and a walk in the first inning and then set down the side in order in the second. Brendan Harris, the number 9 hitter, leads off. Luke jumps ahead 0-1. Harris 0 for his last 9. Hitless in 4 at-bats last night. Did reach with a walk and scored a run. Minnesota with base runners all over the place against Luke on Sunday, but they left 7 on base, and the Royals turned a couple of double plays behind him. He throws a fastball right by Harris there, and the count is 1-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. And a full count.
Don't want to walk number 9. Keep the bases clean. If he gets on base, you're going to have to swing the bat to get there.
Number 9 had a couple of key walks in 2 games for Gil Mesh against the Twins. And it's lined into right center field. That's going to be a long run for DeJesus. He was guarding the line. So Harris is at second base with nobody out with his first double of the year. Back to tonight's You Call It, presented by Sprint. Our play of the week, Alberto Callaspo, a 2-home run game against Minnesota on Sunday. Luke Hochevar striking out Justin Morneau with the bases loaded in that same game. Alex Gordon's game-winning home run on Wednesday, or David DeJesus' inside the park home run last night. Text 432-432, enter keyword Royals, a space, and then A, B, C, or D.
Do you have a favorite?
I think I'm going to go with Alex's home run on Wednesday. Denard Span moves Harris over to third base. Span is 0 for 2. Don't forget, if you text in tonight, you'll get a bounce back text message, which will show you how you can register for the You Call It sweepstakes, which means you have a chance to win a suite for you and 11 guests. There'll be 9 of those suites periodically this year. So the text message will show you how to enter, or you can go to the website at sprint.com/sponsorships/sports. How about you?
I would rule out David because it did not impact the ball game like those other 3 did. The thing about Alex, it meant so much to him because of the tough day he had going into that at bat, and the fact that it was a game winner. I think that Callaspo's game is one he'll never forget. I mean, 2 home runs, half a dozen RBIs. I mean, probably be a career high. When it's all said and done, that's a huge day. But I think Alex has meant more to him personally, and what you hope to get from him the rest of this year and on beyond. I think I'd do that.
And if I may add, I'll add to that split that particular game too for the Royals, because it looked like Zach was going to get a win. The Royals had a lead into the 8th inning. Toronto ties it in the 8th, and we know all about the blown saves this year, that the Royals were still able to win that game.
And how about coming home 4-5 instead of 3-6?
Now the Twins getting 1 run across, leadoff double, ground ball gets him to third, ground ball hits him home. Hudson drives in his 5th, so Minnesota's on the scoreboard, but now there are 2 outs and nobody on. And that means that Joe Mauer bats with nobody on base, and his split was describing in the first inning. It looks like the Royals are pitching him away, and he's going away. And he tripled into the left field corner in the first inning, and now Hochevar misses inside for ball 1.
I think that is a show pitch. You're going to pitch to your defense, and you see where they're lined up. Talking about flooding the zone. And again, with the wind blowing in from left field tonight, it keeps that marginal ball in the ballpark.
Pitched him in again, tied him up. Billy to the bag himself. Minnesota comes up with one in the third. Urban Youth Center at 28th and Troost. Today, the center is part of 3 low-income housing communities in urban Kansas City, serving more than 300 students and their families each year. And tonight, he's enjoying the game from the Buck O'Neil Legacy seat and enjoying a Royals 4-1 lead into the bottom of the third inning. Royals with 2 in the first, 2 in the second against Nick Blackburn. So in 1+ starts against Blackburn, the Royals have come up with 9 runs in just 7 innings. 2 balls, no strikes to Ankiel, who walked in the first. Trying to break out of that 0 for 19. Hit into a little bit of bad luck last night. Hit a couple of balls hard right at first baseman Justin Morneau.
I thought he hit the hardest ball of the night. I know David had the home run, but I really thought Ankiel hit this ball in the second inning. They turned into a double play harder than one David hit. But if you look back at the ball game overall, that's 1 good at bat out of 4 in the ball game. Now that's not enough. You got to be centering the ball a little bit more than that.
Took a big swing on that 3-1 pitch.
Finally a fastball for Ankiel. Let's start off breaking ball, change up again. So apparently they feel like he's sitting fastball all the time.
Jason Kendall will follow, and then Alex Gordon. Bauer wants a fastball away. Still 3-2. Royals making it very clear Rick Ankiel is not going to be Mike Jacobs. Even if he is 0 for his last 19, he is still bringing something to the table defensively. He got that one past Morneau, so the 0 for 19 is history. And for the 3rd straight inning, the Royals have the leadoff man on, and that's the 2nd inning opening double.
Ryan, that's the ball he couldn't get by Morneau last night. Last night it was hit even harder, but right at the first baseman. This one between the first baseman and the line. They tried to come inside and kill quick enough to get the hands through it. Still hit it down the bat a little bit. Not hit as hard as last night, but pretty well placed and by Morneau.
And now a great bat control man at the plate. Kendall will try and get him over to third. Look at that. That pitch might have hit him if he didn't swing at it, but he's able to guide it to the right side. And Ankiel moves up to third base, and the Royals fans applaud Kendall as he heads back to the dugout. Job well done. Hey fans, Tuesday night will be United States Navy and USS Missouri night at Kauffman Stadium. Special guest Admiral McLaughlin will be on field before the game and will join us here in the booth to talk about the commissioning of the USS Missouri. Boulevard Brewing Company, a proud sponsor of Royals Live, is also a sponsor of the USS Missouri commissioning. So we look forward to that. That'll be game 2 with the Seattle Mariners. Over the inside corner, a strike to Alex Gordon.
Third time in 3 innings, the Minnesota Twins are going to pull that infield in.
Alex lined to deep center in the first inning. Royals had the bases loaded 2 down, and Alex did only what he had control of, and that was hit the ball hard, but Bernard Span ran it down. Broke his bat off of Hudson's glove. Ankiel went back to third base thinking that he caught it, but has time to score, and the Royals lead 5-1.
Royals get a little bit of a break right here. This ball is really hit right at Hudson. Certainly a makeable play. It is to his glove side. Maybe a little top spin, took it over, but they're also going on contact from third base. Watch Ankiel. He'll step up. If this ball is hit, he's already coming to the plate. Now, that is a set play. They either go on contact or hold right there. And you're gambling if you go on contact, it's not going to be a line drive. If you run that right, you should get doubled up every time. They miss the ball in the field, turns into a run.
And now Gordon goes, and he is out. Not sure. It looked like Alex might have been looking in as if he was expecting someone to take a swing.
Well, it's a good time to do it. Try to go hit and run because of what has just happened now on the first pitch. Everybody just getting settled back into the ball game. That's an indication right there the hit and run was on. The Twins sniff it out. Pitch out. Betancourt has no chance.
And there's a difference between running and peeking to see if the hitter makes contact, which some runners do, some don't. That was a flat out slow down and look at home plate. Alex, by the way, going in head first into second, broke his thumb doing that in spring training, but looked like he was reaching with his left hand rather than his right hand. He broke his right thumb. Betancourt grounds to J.J. Hardy to end the inning, and the Royals have scored in all 3 innings and lead by 4. salads, sandwiches, and breakfast items at Panera Bread. And by Thoroughbred Ford, the new Ford you want, the savings you need at Thoroughbred Ford. Justin Morneau hits a bullet into right center field. And he's going to try for two. Ankiel with a great arm, but he throws wide to the bag. That, by the way, is the 10th career plate appearance for Morneau against Hochevar, and the first time he has put the ball in play.
This ball dies in the grass. This has not helped the Royals right here. That wet outfield kills the ball, so Ankiel a little bit longer run. Looked like he had a real shot at throwing him out at second base, but look how long it takes him to unload.
And that's drilled into left center field. So 2 pitches into the 4th, and the Twins have made it a 5-2 game, and they have a runner at second with nobody out. That's Kadyr's 16th RBI, which leads Minnesota.
Well, the Twins have seen Hochevar get ahead of everybody tonight, so now they're second time through. Their first ball hitting. Got a couple of good pitches to handle. Rip out a couple doubles. Now a 3-run lead for the Royals. They're running Ankiel all over center field.
And now Kubel, who grounded to second in the second inning. The Twins would take that again. But he drills it into deep left. The wind will push it into the corner, and Posednik ran right by it. Looked like he was getting ready to brace himself for a collision with the wall. And the ball just simply didn't carry all the way to the wall. It's 5-3. We'll see how they score it, but either way, that's 3 straight swings and 3 runners at second base.
Ryan, we used to call that the Bermuda Triangle down there in left field because the wind would get in there and swirl a little bit. Looked away once and ended up running right by the ball. Probably had trouble picking it up when he looked back up for it because he clearly ran by it. There he is peeking away. I think the only producers at it lost it when he looked back up. A catchable ball in left field. And all of a sudden the Twins have it rolling here in the top of the 4th.
That corner is so interesting because we've already established that the wind is different tonight than it was last night. The wind was blowing towards left field last night. More of a left to right tonight, but for some reason you get into that left field corner, it seems like it doesn't matter what the wind's doing. There's a little jet stream that just goes right up that left field line.
Over the years, there have been a lot of funny things like that happen in that left field corner.
They're going to score that a double. So 3 pitches, 3 doubles. And as soon as I say that, they have changed the scoring. So make that an error 7. So no RBI. So Kubel loses a hit and an RBI, but Minnesota still has a runner at second with nobody out. And with Delman Young fouling the first pitch away, the Twins have sent 4 to the plate. All 4 have swung at the first pitch.
Got to think at that point it's not an accident. They've changed their philosophy against Luke. What they're doing is a patient ball club, likes to work the count, like to run up the pitch total of the opposing pitcher, try to work favorable counts. And you got 4 of them straight coming out. They just said, hey, let's go get him early. He's laying the first one in there. Let's go turn it around.
Breaking ball stayed up, and Young going for it all missed. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He grounded out to third in the second inning. That's how Luke was striking out the Twins in the first 2 innings. A fastball up. Young lays off 2-2. And a full count.
Fastball up, breaking ball down. Young did not chase either one of them. The book on him in the past is he would chase either one. I think at this point, Hochevar goes back to what he does best: sinking fastball, get it down in the zone, see if he can get a ball on the ground.
And if the sinker is right, it'd be very difficult for Delmon Young to hit it to the right side. He'll be tailing back into him. He got him to chase the slider. So Luke strikes out his fourth, and Young does not advance. Kubel over to third base.
First strikeout he's got tonight on the breaking ball down. Everything else has been the high fastball. He tried that earlier in the bat, did not work. Stayed with it right here. Good call by Jason Kendall. Also a good block behind the plate.
J.J. Hardy, one of the Twins that struck out on the high fastball. So he bats with one out. Kubel at second base. Minnesota has scored 2 in the inning. Takes a fastball for strike one. Kubel reaching on an error by Posednik in left field. 0-2.
Looks like Hardy is completely overpowered by this one. Little late, ball right at the knees in the zone. Hardy had a couple strikeouts here last night. He struggled in April a year ago, though that was with the Milwaukee Brewers. He had about $150.
Lays off the high fastball. 1-2. And Luke, when he is going for that little extra with the fastball up, has been anywhere from 95 to 97.
That's when he goes to the four-seamer. Normally a two-sinker fastball, two-seam sinker. Goes four-seam. Big item is elevate when you want to.
Up there again, and it's lined to center, and it stays up for Ankiel. And the Royals with a chance for a double play. Inning over. Jason Kubel can't believe it. He thinks he just scored the 4th run for the Twins. By Rick Ankiel in center field. It's our defensive play of the game, brought to you by the Home Depot. Doing more on defense.
Well, Ryan, you just said he's not going to be Mike Jacobs of a year ago. Jacobs, good offensive player, but really struggled with the glove. Was the DH most of the time. But Ankiel, as they say, plays both sides of the ball. He'll help you offensively, and he'll make a play like that defensively. Terrific play right there. One of the best we've seen this year.
I hope that was Luke's gum and not a tooth that came flying out of his mouth. Celebrating the play by Ankiel in center field. Remember years ago, Randy Johnson, when he was pitching for the Mariners in the middle of an inning, he had a tooth just fell out. Remember that?
Baseball's got a good dental plan. Remember the bird. I didn't remember the tooth.
I think it was in Texas, and it was the middle of the inning, and he just was fussing with his mouth. And they came out to see how he was doing, and next thing you know, he pulls a tooth out of his mouth. And in typical Randy Johnson fashion, finished the inning. David DeJesus has doubled and tripled. He has scored twice, and he's driven in a run.
Royals have gotten their leadoff man on in every inning. Has scored in every inning. And once again, Blackburn just having a hard time getting a start in an inning. Immediately going out and getting in trouble.
Three balls, two strikes. A double in the first, a triple in the second. And Blackburn tried to backhand it. There's the single. So we're only in the fourth inning. And David is just a home run, either over the fence or inside the park away from a cycle.
Might not want to mess with him tonight the way he's got it going. Blackburn also made a special play right here. One hopper, it's quick. Falls off just slightly to the first base side, so he has to find a way to wheel around and knock it down. Pretty good hand-eye coordination. Probably pretty lucky, but hey, kept it right there, gave himself a chance to make the play. But once again in trouble with the leadoff man on base.
So 4 straight innings. Pasednik has bunted, helping set up the Royals' first run in the first, and then a sacrifice fly in the second. Driving in, David DeJesus. Harris out at second. Double play. Nice play. And it took some pretty good timing on the part of the Twins because Hudson had a long run over to second base. Hey fans, if you're traveling this season, you can take the Royals with you. Just subscribe to MLB.tv and you'll see every Royals game live or on demand right on your computer. Local in-market blackouts will apply. Visit Royals.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. So 2 outs, nobody on. And Billy Butler, who's 2 for 2, steps in. Billy has driven in 11 after his single in the first inning. He's 3 for 3. And the Royals already with 9 hits against Blackburn, and they're not even done in the 4th inning.
Well, opponents hit 290 against Blackburn a season ago. He's going to have the ball in the strike zone. Going to have to swing the bat against him. Royals doing pretty well here tonight. Billy hitting it all over the lot. Opposite way the first 2 hits. Pulls this one to left field.
Billy answers that challenge with 3 hits tonight. He scored all the way from first base in the first inning on a double from Jose Guillen. Guillen into the left field corner for a double, and Delman Young was way over towards left center field, so a long run for him, a long run for Billy, and he got to the plate. 1-1. Tonight's Roadrunner Turbo Speed Pitch comparison. Blackburn at 94. Hochhaver up to 97. That's where they've topped out so far. Remember, you can double your speed with Roadrunner Turbo from Time Warner Cable. The end jammed. It's sinking on Delman Young, but he runs up to make the play, and that's the inning. And for the first time tonight, the Royals fail to score. A pitcher hard twice in a week, and the Royals have done that with Blackburn.
And they did it early on against Blackburn, really good in the early innings. Now Minnesota has some momentum going. All of a sudden now this is a big inning for Luke. They're laying off the high fastball, forcing him to pitch up in the zone a little bit, more pitches out over the plate.
So let's see what the adjustment is here, Split, because in the first 3 innings, Minnesota 1 run, 2 hits, but they came out swinging in the 4th. And 3 pitches into the 4th inning, 2 doubles in air, and 2 runners were home. 1 ball, 1 strike to Brendan Harris. Back in the 3rd inning, he doubled and scored on Orlando Hudson's ground ball. Harris, the number 9 hitter, followed by Denard Span and then Hudson.
Ryan, one thing about that first ball hitting, everybody was in the middle of the lineup when that happened. Now you're in the bottom, you figure it's going to change again. They got to kind of work the count a little bit if they can. And also when you get to the top of the order with Span and Hudson. So I would be surprised if they were as aggressive here in this inning against Luke because of where they are in their batting order.
Very late swing. 5 strikeouts for Luke. Last 2 have come on breaking balls.
This looks like side of the strike zone as well. No, it's right in the zone. Probably looking for something else, but that breaking ball really slowed down the bat speed of Brendan Harris.
He's had better swings, I think. Denard Span 0 for 2. He has flied out and grounded out and thinking about laying down a bunt. Minnesota Twins first round pick in 2002 out of the Tampa, Florida area. A highly recruited wide receiver.
Don't let that 250 batting average fool you. The on base percentage is right at 400. He's picked up 14 walks already this year.
T-shirt Tuesdays are back and better than ever. This season's series will get off to a great start on May the 11th when the first 20,000 fans receive a T-shirt featuring Zach Greinke. It's the first of 6 T-shirt Tuesdays throughout the season. So get your tickets now and collect all 6. So So Zach has been honored quite a bit already with the on-field celebration during the first homestand, the bobblehead tonight, and the T-shirt on the next homestand. Another bunt attempt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It wouldn't take a perfect bunt, and Span won't do it now with 2 strikes. But Callaspo very deep at second base, Butler deep at first. So a lot of room to work with on the right side for Span. That's what he was trying to do, drag one over to the right side and race Hochevar to the bag. 6 strikeouts, 2 in this inning. So Luke has retired the last 4, and he has struck out 3 along the way.
And the strikeouts now evenly balanced between fastball and breaking ball. First 3 came on the high fastball, the last 3 on the breaking ball. That's 2 hitters in a row. It doesn't look like you're getting a real good look at the breaking ball. Actually getting better swings at the fastball.
Big swing from Orlando Hudson. Hudson committed an error back in the 3rd inning on a soft liner from Alex Gordon. It was just the 2nd error all season committed by the Twins. And this is their 18th game. No balls, 2 strikes. Into right center, and that's going to roll deep. That's a big hit for Minnesota as a runner is in scoring position. And that means that Joe Mauer comes up with a man on.
Brian, that's the 3rd ball in the last 2 innings that they have put in the gap, either left center field or right center field. Royals shading one way or the other. And Hudson, with his 5th double of the year, getting to that outside pitch and still pulling it into right center field gap. To Jesus over to cut it off, but no way to hold him to a single when the ball's hit there.
The Royals changed up on Joe Mauer in the 3rd. They were pitching him away all last night, and in his first at-bat tonight pitched him away, and he tripled into the corner. And then Hochevar pitched him inside in the 3rd and got him on a weak ground ball to first.
And normally if you're going to make a change like that, you do the whole deal and readjust your defense. There were not many defenders on the right side of the infield, so normally you do it together. You don't just pay him the opposite way and then come inside and try to pound him and try to tie him up.
Cut fastball hits the inside corner, not what Mauer was looking for. And as Split was talking about in the first inning, you have to respect his power now. If there ever was a knock, and you really had to dig deep on Mauer, it was that he didn't hit a lot of home runs for his size. Well, he took care of that last year, hitting 28. And that included missing an entire month.
Thinking back to when he first got back, that was the talk of Major League Baseball. Where did he find the power all of a sudden? But you say it, look at him. I mean, this is about the age and the experience level. The guys do develop power. So I don't think it's a huge surprise for him, even though he'd been in the big leagues for 5 years. Still in his upper 20s.
2 balls, 1 strike. And he is a big man. I mean, he is 6'5", 230 pounds.
Well, still just 27 years old, so that age-wise is about the time good hitters become powerful hitters.
Out over the plate, and that might drive in a run. Ankiel will play it safe. It's a 1-run game. 11 RBIs for Mauer, so the Twins were down by 4 a couple of innings ago. Now they're down by 1.
So the Twins just chipping their way back. Trying to come down and in with another pitch right there at the breaking ball. Instead, it backs up and gets out over the plate. Howard covers that. Blisters it to center field. Once again, the Twins keep that momentum going.
He doesn't miss very often, does he?
No, he doesn't. As they like to say, he squares it up a lot.
Now Morneau rolls it to Callasco. Inning over, but now it's a one-run game. Tonight, he has walked 1 in 5 innings. But Minnesota with 4 runs, 6 hits, and they made it a 1-run game to the bottom of the 5th. Here's tonight's league leaders, brought to you by your Kansas City area Toyota dealers and the Minnesota Twins. They walk the fewest on the mound. They walk the most when they're standing at the plate. They're at 87, and that's in front of the Yankees, who are usually leading in that category.
Tampa Bay is doing so many things right this year, putting up a ton of runs. And you see they're getting a lot of people on base.
Alberto Callasco takes a curveball for a strike. And the longer that Nick Blackburn stays out there, I think this is what the Twins are thinking, the more that he will find whatever it is he's looking for tonight as far as grip, mechanics, arm slot. That is dropped out into shallow right. Callasco taking a wide turn and holding. And Kadire tried to throw behind him to get him. Callasco 1 for 3. And now Rick Ankiel comes up. Walked in the first inning and then doubled and scored in the third. And speaking of walks, here's tonight's AT trivia question. And Split and I fought this one as we saw this before the inning began. Who was the last Royal to draw 100 or more walks in a single season? I'll tell you already that I have thrown out Johnny Damon. Wrong. Mike Sweeney. Wrong.
Thought maybe Sweeney because people would have pitched around him a little bit.
I threw out Wally Joyner, who had a pretty good eye. Wrong.
That's going to take us back to the mid-'80s, I think.
You said that Darryl Porter had a 100 walk season, but weren't sure that that was the last one.
I would hope that was not the last one.
Okay, it's been confirmed by Kevin Shank that Darryl Porter is not the answer. He did have a 100 walk season, but there's been someone since then. Cruikshank is that he is in the building.
Kevin Seitzer.
Or Frank. Frank wasn't a 100 walk guy, was he?
He was too busy swinging the bat.
1989. Ankiel fouls away a 3-1 pitch. Let's bring in Joel Goldberg.
Well, Ryan, adding to the topic of walks, remember Gil Mesh had 5 walks last night. Gil Mesh had 5 last night. Luke had 5 last week against Minnesota. Over the last 5 seasons, 4 times a Royals pitcher has had 5 or more walks in a game against the White Sox, 5 times against the Indians, 5 times against the Red Sox, 12 times against the Twins. Trey thought maybe some of that was the dome factor, guys being afraid, maybe a little bit of giving up the home run, but bottom line, he said, you've got to throw strikes, and as Bob McClure always says, Major League Baseball pitchers either can't throw strikes or choose not to throw strikes, guys.
That's an interesting spin on it. The second one suggesting that they just don't want to put the ball in the strike zone. Ankiel pulls it to Morneau. He goes for the lead runner. No double play. Almost turned a double play. But Callaspo is out at second base. So the first one, I guess, suggests is that they're just a little too amped up or don't have the right mechanics. And the latter of the two is they just don't want to put their stuff in the strike zone.
Kind of comes down to trusting your stuff and having the ability to get it in the strike zone when you want it. The other thing I think he was talking about is you get ahead 0-2 and you try to trick hitters and work out of the zone to where they get themselves up. End up getting the ball to count to 2-2, but then you miss one and it goes 3-2 as Mitch Meyer comes on to run for Ankiel.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't notice anything, and remember, Ankiel had the sore ankle in spring training. The grass is wet, so there's always a chance of rolling an ankle, and I don't know if he slipped on the wet base. But he's not going 100% there. And not that he's not trying, it's that something didn't allow him to go 100%.
He went just hard enough to beat that relay throw to first base. Wonder if something happened. He had that gem of a play in center field, and then in he go, the diving catch. I wonder if something happened there. Well, that's really not a huge surprise. He led the Cardinals last year with spectacular plays, had an even dozen of them, I'm reminded. Hopefully he's okay, although Mitch Meyer could use the playing time.
That's really good research on your part, by the way.
You just hang out at the right places, you find out all kinds of stuff.
Kendall walked in the first and then grounded to second in the third inning, which helped set up a run. And talk about good situational hitting. He took a fastball that was inside, almost off the knuckles, and hit a slow roller to the right side, getting Ankiel from second to third, and then Ankiel coming home on an error. Just foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hey, you know, Major League Baseball and People Magazine are looking for individuals who make a difference in their community. 30 everyday All-Stars will be honored at the 2010 All-Star Game in Anaheim. To nominate, go to peopleallstars.com. Got a souvenir, and right away he's going to get a picture with that souvenir. And hit by a pitch. So Kendall will take that, especially down in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Ron Gardenhire says that's enough. So Blackburn hangs in there with 4 in the third innings. And now former Royal Ron Mahay comes in from the bullpen, and the Chevy call to the bullpen. Royals lead by 1 in the bottom of the 5th. He'll ground it into a fielder's choice. And on the replay, we could see that he wasn't able to go 100% up the line. He avoided the double play. So the Royals have runners at first and second, and Ron Mayhay, who spent 2008 and most of 2009 with the Royals, finished up with the Twins, and wasn't with anyone in spring training this year, and then signed by the Twins to a minor league contract and called up almost immediately, making his 4th appearance. And he'll get Alex Gordon with Meyer at second base, Kendall at first.
Mayhay this past offseason was kind of holding on to a major league contract that would hold some guarantees with it. Unable to get that. That's why he was such a late sign. The Twins signed him to a minor league contract. He wasn't ready to start the season at the end of camp, so they left him in Fort Myers. Called him up from Fort Myers when Jose Majares went on the disabled list. Mayhay had a strong finish to the campaign a year ago in the Minnesota uniform. In fact, he did for Minnesota last year about what he did for the Royals in 2008. They signed him for just what the Royals did. Because he can go out, hits 2 or 3 innings, hits righties as well as lefties, he'll have value to a big league club.
Falls behind Alex, 2-0. Mayhay a couple of years ago had a very good season for the Royals. He was slowed at the end of the year by a left foot injury. Ended up having surgery that offseason. Alex drills it into right field. Meyer will be held at third. The Royals have the bases loaded, 1 out. So Alex really hanging in there against the lefties. He had the game-winning home run on Wednesday against lefty Scott Downs in Toronto.
Ryan, this is the 3rd time tonight that he's hit the ball right on the button. Lined out to center field his first time up. Hit that line drive at Hudson, the second baseman, and they had the infield pulled into the 3rd. Now another line drive comes off his bat. Hit so hard that you can't get that runner home from second base. Meyer had to hold on to make sure that line drive got through the infield.
So they're loaded up for Yuniesky Betancourt. Ball 1 outside. 1 for 2 tonight. Betancourt singled. Came around to score in the second inning.
And this is where you need to have a good at bat. Uni occasionally, when he gets in a setup like this, gets anxious to drive home a run, and you get him to go after a bad pitch, and he won't hit it very hard, much like he did his last time up. Got to have something you can handle here and hit hard.
And he lines it into left field. It's going to drop in front of Young. The Royals will get 1 run as Meyer comes around to score. And the Royals lead 6-4.
Ryan, he did get something to handle right there. It didn't have to be that way because they tried to get him to chase on pitch 1. See out of the zone right there? If he wants to get himself out like he tried to do the last time, go ahead and let him chase. All of a sudden, well, that didn't work. We got to get something in the zone. There it is on the outside corner. Betancourt gets it into the left field. Picks up the RBI. Has a half a dozen in the season. All of a sudden now, the Royals have grabbed some momentum back. Minnesota's held it for the last 3 innings.
And now David DeJesus, who's 3 for 3, and he's a home run shy of hitting for the cycle. Almost took one off the chin. Almost 20 years ago, last time a Royal hit for the cycle, George Brett at then Sky Dome, now Rogers Center in Toronto. Royals have scored in 4 of 5 innings tonight. Paul DeMorno down to home for 1 and back to first for 2. So 1 batter too late. The Twins get a double play. The Royals add a run. Royals by 2. Can't quite shake off the Twins tonight. Mitch Meyer will stay in center field, pinch running for Rick Ankiel, and coming around to score in the bottom of the 5th. At the end of 3 innings, Luke Hochevar had a 5-1 lead. Minnesota scored 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. Royals got 1 back in the bottom of the 5th inning. 0-1 on Kadire. 1 for 2. He has 2 doubles in the series, and he has driven in 3. 2 RBIs last night, 1 tonight. Hochevar with 1 walk. The Twins worked him for 5 walks on Sunday. Lucas struck out 6. And Split was pointing out in between innings that even though the Twins have 6 hits, they've made them count tonight.
5 of the 6 have gone for extra bases. They've been able to bunch them. Back-to-back base runners in the 1st. Did it again in the 4th. Did it again in the 5th.
Alex picks up a wet ball, and Billy Butler has to leave the bag to save it. It hasn't necessarily rained, maybe drizzled, but now we're past an hour and a half into the game, so you figure the infield and the outfield grass is wet.
High chopping ground ball here, and Gordon playing very deep at third base. There's no way Kadire is going to bunt, so go ahead and play back. Made a difficult play, rushed his throw. The knee-high pick right there, throw it on the run, high and wide at first.
That'll be an infield single. So Kadire 2 hits. Kubel takes a curveball for a strike.
Kadire got a breaking ball first pitch as well. So an adjustment that Jason Kendall and Luke have made, trying to keep them off the first ball hitting.
Drilled into deep left center, but Meyer is there. The rain and the wind knock it down. Kubel is 0 for 3. Kadire back to first.
Well, Luke has been blessed with wonderful run support so far this year. The Royals scoring a lot more than they did early last year. Most of it has fallen his way. You look at all the starters and the run support that they have gotten. It has been spotty from time to time, but not so for Hochevar.
Delman Young pulls it off of Gordon's glove, and Alex's throw is late. So a throw that was offline, that was scored a hit. This will probably be an error. And the Royals could easily be out of this inning.
It's a very makeable play at third base when you're playing as deep as Alex was right here. 2 hopper. Kind of gets caught in between on the hop right there. The second hop, occasionally the ball will pick up speed because of the top spin that it has on it. It looked like maybe that was a factor in that play, but ball hit to your glove side, you can make that most of the time.
So 2 on 1 out to J.J. Hardy. John Parrish warming up. A couple of hitters down the line is Denard Span. And then, of course, the middle of the order with Maurer and Morneau. Hardy lined into a double play in the 4th inning. Royals doubling Jason Kubel off of second base. Hardy hitting a sinking liner into center. Rick Ankiel made a nice play, and that might have been when Ankiel injured himself. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Luke going to the breaking ball right here. Looks like he froze the hitter. Now Hardy didn't look good on the breaking ball earlier in the game. That's well thrown right on the outside edge.
Two balls, 1 strike. Hochevar is at 83 pitches.
Pitch count isn't so much of a factor right now, Ryan. I think the bigger factor is the fact that he's met men on base, been in some trouble each of the last 3 innings.
It dropped down a little bit. Cutting action to that fastball, 2-2.
And Hardy had a surprisingly good swing. Jason Kendall was telling me he's a very aggressive hitter. Once he decides to go for the ball, now he'll be patient early on, take some pitches, he'll look and see what you have, but once he gets going, he lets that bat head fly.
Got him. 7 strikeouts. And the second time he has gotten Hardy.
They say the mark of a really good strikeout pitcher is the ability to get it when you really need it. Luke's probably running out of rope in this ballgame where they're not going to go with him very long. If you've got anything left, any tricks in the book, maybe drop down a little bit on that, but came back with the slider. As you say, got his 7th punch out of the night.
Brendan Harris with his 3rd plate appearance. He got Luke in the 3rd inning for a double, and then Luke got him with a strikeout in the 5th. Kadire at second base. Delman Young at first. Trying to turn away from a breaking ball, but it caught the inside. It's 0-2.
Kind of froze him on the breaking ball right here. I think Harris thought it was going to stay inside. Now, early in the ball game, the strikeout pitch was the high fastball. But so far here for the last 3 innings, Luke has been a breaking ball pitcher. He's also a guy that wants to protect the lead. He's had it all night. Doesn't want to lose it here.
One ball, 2 strikes. Fastball just to the right of second base, and the inning is over. So Minnesota strands 2. Royals lead by 2. It's easier than ever to find the seats you want or sell the tickets to the games you can't make on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Royals. You'll find great seats and great service on StubHub all season. So go to StubHub.com and choose your seats today. Posednik is 0 for 1, grounded into a double play in the 4th. But he has contributed tonight with a sacrifice bunt and a sacrifice fly. Billy Butler and Jose Guillen will follow. Ron Mayhay getting the last 2 outs in relief of Nick Blackburn in the 5th inning. Royals scoring all 6 against Blackburn. One of the runs was unearned.
Kind of strange not to see Posednik on base anytime in the last 2 nights.
Running up, trying to slap it to the left side. Posednik is out, and Ron Mayhay is about to come out. Pat Neshek is going to replace Mayhay with a couple of right-hand batters coming up, and Billy Butler and Jose Guillen. So a Chevy call to the bullpen. It's Neshek to face Billy Butler when we come back. By the authority of the Kansas City Royals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Corporation.
Pat Neshek, 29-year-old right-hander, comes in from Minnesota. Royals did not see him last weekend in the series up in Minneapolis. He was out with a bad hand, took a cortisone shot over the weekend, but in there tonight.
Didn't see him at all last year. Neshek had elbow problems at the end of 07. And then in May of 08, ended up having Tommy John surgery. Billy squirts it foul off to the first base side, 0-2. Billy 3 for 3 tonight. Drove in a run and scored back in the first inning.
Twins really missed Neshek last year. He was supposed to be one of their primary setup men for Joe Nathan, but out all year, as you mentioned. A local product. Grew up a Twins fan.
Hudson makes the play at second base, 2 down. Yeah, you talk about living out a dream. His parents were season ticket holders of the Twins. He figured he saw about 400 games growing up in the Twin Cities. Born in Wisconsin, but grew up in the Twin Cities. And he would be tough to hang in there against if you're a right-hand batter. Neshek went to Butler University, and this is where he came up with the arm angle. He was hit by a line drive at the end of his high school career, and the pain persisted into the beginning of his college career, so he just looked for an arm angle that didn't hurt, and the arm angle that he found took him to the big leagues.
You don't just come up with this delivery. You're forced to do that because of other things not working, whether you don't have the stuff or, as you mentioned, the injury right there. Dan Quisenberry at one time had a high 3/4 release point, but got hit, dropped down a little more, got hit again, dropped down a little further. When he came to the big leagues, he wasn't quite a submariner. He was almost submarine. He then got with Kent Tuchelby, went underneath a little bit more, found the true submarine delivery, but he didn't start out underneath either.
You know, Split, not just the arm angle, but I would think the hitter would be distracted by all the twitching that he does on the mound, and then his footwork. kind of dancing around the rubber before he delivers the pitch.
Well, certainly unorthodox. You wouldn't ever teach that, but it's a point of survival for him. I don't think I've ever said herky-jerky submarine-style pitcher.
But that's him.
That's him. Big item for them is the ability to get out left-handers. I mean, you could face a batter or two, but if they have to pull you out of the ball game when you face the lefty, but he's not like that. Got an off-speed pitch, so he can handle the lefties as well.
You got those knees and hips wobbling around before he delivers the pitch. And he comes on to get Butler and Guillen. Royals are scoreless in the 6th. Give the Royals 7 innings tonight. He has allowed 4 runs in 6 innings. And similar to his start against Minnesota on Sunday, has had to deal with a number of base runners, but Minnesota just hasn't been able to come up with a big hit to produce a big inning.
Minnesota right where they want to be in their batting order. Top of the order due on with Denard Span. 4th time through their order against Luke. That was pitch number 90 of the night, so that's starting to be a factor for the Royals starter.
Mauer and Kadire both with 2 hits. Hold to Butler. 1 away. Tomorrow, NASCAR on Fox moves to Talladega split. Coverage of Sprint Cup Series racing from Talladega Super Speedway begins tomorrow at 11 a.m. in high definition on Fox.
You're not going to want to miss it. It's got a chance to be a real rivalry. Kevin Harvick has the pole right next to him. Is Columbia native Carl Edwards. Those 2 guys got in a fight 2 years ago at Talladega. I mean, a fight. It hold to the throat, the whole deal. And they start off tomorrow side by side.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to have to tune into that.
Well, I'll tape it. You can stop over at the house on your way home. How's
Perfect. That? I didn't realize you had that kind of equipment.
I don't know how to run it. I paid for it, so I know we have it.
John Parrish, the lefty. Josh Roop, the righty. Ready if Luke can't get through the 7th inning. With 2 outs and nobody on in the 5th inning. Orlando Hudson doubled on an 0-2 pitch. Luke very close to striking out the side. And his double was followed by a Joe Mauer single. And that was Minnesota's last run. A high strike, 2-2.
All of a sudden, the approach of the Minnesota hitters is a little bit different. They're down by 2 runs. Got to find a way to get some base runners. Trying to get the ball out of the strike zone if you can as a hitter. Hudson will have to swing the bat now.
Over to the Royals dugout. Royals would love, when they face Joe Mauer, to do so with nobody on base. That's out of play.
Yeah, if you can get to this inning, that means you start off the next inning with Justin Morneau batting with nobody on base. Just how you like to see those guys, and hopefully it's the last time you see them all night. Let Brian Bannister worry about that tomorrow.
Big bounce for Billy Butler. So 2 ground balls to first, and Mauer will bat with nobody on. And that probably means that Luke Hochevar will stay in there and face Mauer. If Hudson gets on, we might see John Parrish. And if Mauer gets on, we might see John Parrish.
I don't think this time in the ball game you let Luke Hochevar was pitch count like it is 4th time through the order. Face a potential tying run. Get him out. You've done well. That's probably his last hitter regardless.
2 hits for Mauer, and against Hochevar now he is 7 out of 13. Tripled in the first inning and singled in a run in the 5th.
And the Royals playing him more straight up now than they have at any other time tonight.
Left center field, long run. Meyer slicing away from him. Mauer into second base, and like DeJesus, he is just a home run shy of hitting for the cycle.
But wouldn't you know it, as soon as you play more straight up, he plugs the gap in left center field where Ankiel have been playing all night long. And that will do it for Hochevar. Trey Hillman decides to play the percentages. Since he's got a lefty out there in the pen that has done pretty well, it'll be John Parrish coming in.
And our Chevy call to the bullpen. Parrish comes on to face Justin Morneau.
Comes on for the 9th time this year. His last time out was 2/3 of an inning. Wednesday afternoon up in Toronto. He was the losing pitcher Saturday afternoon up in Minneapolis. Picked up Gil Mesh. Gave up a run on a couple hits and a walk in one inning of work in Minneapolis.
Morneau walked in the first, doubled and scored in the fourth, and he is grounded out. He has faced John Parrish 8 times and has 2 hits. Drills the first pitch, straightaway center field. Meyer back, and the game is tied. And that didn't take long at all.
Ryan hitters will tell you when they get in a point like this, they're hoping for one pitch to handle every time up. And it didn't take Morneau long to find his. A high slider, they're trying to go away. That ball stays letter high, middle of the plate. And Morneau left it in the middle of the field, but about 20 feet over the fence is straightaway center field. Morneau with his 3rd home run of the season. Again, trying to get the slider at least away, if not down and away. It wasn't away and it wasn't down.
Now, either way you look at it, it's a mistake pitch, and I might be wrong, but that didn't look like Justin Morneau adjusted to the high slider. That looked like Justin Morneau was looking for a first pitch slider.
Well, I think he was looking for a pitch up in the zone. Something he could hit hard somewhere, and it just happened to be a slider.
So that is blown save number 6 for the Royals. They have 4 actual saves. And now 6 have slipped away. And that's the 19th home run of Justin Morneau's career against the Royals, the most against any team for him. Now Kadire is on after just 4 pitches. So Luke Hochevar gets a no decision. And Parrish is going to get a visit from Bob McClure.
Royals would like to go a little bit farther with Parrish in this ballgame, but you got to get him back in the strike zone. Now, he's a veteran guy. Been through a lot with the elbow and shoulder problems that he's had and has experience at this level. So he's been through this before. Try to talk him through this one. Get him back in the strike zone. They're now in the lower half of their batting order. Just gather yourself, get in the strike zone, let your defense help you out. What do you say, the 2 things you can't defend, the walk and the home run?
I agree with that.
Haven't defended it here tonight.
So Parrish stays in there to face Kadire so that he gets the left-hand batter now, Jason Kubel. Kubel 0 for 3 tonight after ending an 0 for 17 last night. He has seen John Parrish 3 times, and he has 2 hits. Parrish has struck him out once.
You don't think of Kadire as a base stealer. He's 2 for 2 this year. Doesn't run much, but you got to keep an eye on him.
Well, that's exactly what Parrish is doing. He doesn't have a very threatening lead over there.
Yeah, but a guy like him who doesn't run often will try to lull you to sleep with that short lead, make it a walking lead. Got to force him to stop.
Breaking ball stayed up. Parrish has only given up 4 hits, but 2 have been home runs, and both against Minnesota. Orlando Hudson hit a home run a week ago today against Parrish. That was the first hit that Parrish allowed all season. Hit very hard, but foul. Royals bullpen ERA coming into the game was 6.89.
Kubel not all that consistent against left-handed pitching. Hit less than 200 against lefties the first half of last year. So Ron Gardenhire decides to go ahead and stay with him instead of making a move in the batting order. Kuba lose their DH here tonight. Ron Gardenhire is a great one for letting his guys play. Doesn't try to get too fancy. Doesn't make the ball game about the manager. He makes it about the players.
Kuba lets a fastball slip by. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's Morneau and all of his power. Mauer, Kadire. It's easy to forget about Jason Kubel. He had 28 home runs last year. Back-to-back career years for him. 20 home runs, 78 RBIs in 08. And he backed that up last year with 28 home runs and drove in 103.
And only 2 of those home runs came against left-handed pitchers. The other 26 against righties.
Well, that was a pitch that the Royals wanted Kubel to go after. It's 3-2, and now Kadire will be running. At one point tonight, the Royals had a 5-1 lead. That was at the end of 3 innings. Since then, Minnesota has outscored the Royals 5-1.
Billy Butler will not hold the base runner. He'll play behind him.
Lays off that pitch. So back-to-back walks after the 2-run home run. And now Josh Roop on to face Delman Young. First 2 starts against the Tigers. It's interesting. Pitched very well against Detroit, and then within the same week had to face them again. And the Tigers made an adjustment and then had a decent start against Minnesota on Sunday, and then has to face them again in the span of a week, and they made an adjustment.
Well, actually, he got off to a very good start here tonight, and he did adjust. Had the fastball out of the zone, had him chasing, got ahead in the count early. But then Minnesota adjusted again in the middle innings, got right back into this one. And Josh Roop comes on for the 5th time, been with the ball club barely a week, so he's getting early phone calls down there in that pen.
Talking to Josh when the Royals were in Toronto, and he admits that when he was with the Rangers, he pretty much was the mop-up man. So he would come into games where either the Rangers had a big lead or they were down by quite a bit, so he enjoys this opportunity with the Royals to pitch in more meaningful situations. It's Kadire at second, Kubel at first.
That bullpen is completely turned inside out now from what it was at the start of the year. There are 4 guys out there now that were non-roster players back in camp. Parrish made it out of camp. He was the only one. But now you've got Josh Roop, Brad Thompson, and Bruce Chen.
I imagine it's pretty quiet right now out in the Royals bullpen. Three balls, one strike.
I have always liked Roop's arm. When he came up with Texas, good hard fastball with some life to it. Breaking ball that he had trouble keeping down in the zone, but a nice combination of tailing fastball, breaking ball with some sharp bite to it. Elbow problems in 06 and 07, but healthy now.
Back to back to back walks. So that's 4 walks for the Royals tonight. Hochevar, Parrish, and Roop combined. Royals walked 7 last night. And they're loaded up for J.J. Hardy. A little bit inside for ball 1.
Ryan, the good news for the Royals right here, you are facing the number 8 hitter. But the bad news is that number 8 hitter already has 8 RBIs this year.
Couple of meetings between Hardy and Roop. And a walk and a strikeout. Fastball at 96. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hardy 0 for 3, couple of strikeouts tonight, and he is lined into a double play. Last night, he ended an 0 for 14 skid with his 3rd home run of the year. Jammed him, and a big hop for Alex. The inning is over. But Minnesota gets a home run from Justin Morneau, and they have tied it in the 7th. Tie it with 2 in the 7th inning. Now Panera takes us around the American League, where Cleveland beats Oakland. Oakland's been a surprise so far. They're 11-8 and leading the West. Yankees over the Angels. Andy Pettitte is 3-0. Yankees are 12-5, so they join Tampa Bay and Minnesota with the best record in the American League. Alex Rios with a walk-off home run. Chicago beats Seattle. Tampa Bay, well, now they have the best record in the American League. They are 13-5. Boston ahead of Baltimore. Baltimore's lost 4 in a row, and they are just 2-15. And Texas is at home against Detroit. Vladimir Guerrero with 3 RBIs in that one. Jesse Crain takes over in the bottom of the 7th.
4th Minnesota pitcher of the night. The Royals saw him in the Sunday Bowl game up in Minneapolis. He came on to pitch the 9th inning. Touched him up for 3 runs in that outing. Comes on for the 7th time this year. One of their dependable setup men out of the bullpen.
Alberto Callaspo, Mitch Meyer, and Jason Kendall coming up. Here's what the Royals have done. They have 12 hits. David DeJesus and Billy Butler each have 3. DeJesus just a home run shy of the cycle. Drilled to right. Kadir coming up, 1 away. Second time that Callaspo is lined to right. He is 1 for 4.
Royals did a great job of getting their leadoff man on early in the ball game, but haven't been able to get the leadoff man on either the 6th or now here in the 7th.
This is Meyer's first plate appearance. Came on as a pinch runner for Rick Ankiel back in the 5th inning. This will be an easy play for Hudson. 2 down. Ankiel had to come out with a sore quad, sore thigh muscle. So Meyer ran for him and scored, and now he is 0 for 1. Jason Kendall is 0 for 1. Also been on base with a walk, and he's been hit by a pitch. Jesse Crain has been all over the map. Born in Canada, then grew up in Colorado. Went to college at the University of Houston, where he was a pitcher and a shortstop. Twins took him in the 2nd round of 2002. Kendall with a good swing, fouled it back. It's 0-2.
Crain was one of the reasons that the Twins were able to put on that big push late last year. Everybody kind of chipping in on that. This last month and a half, he went 5-0. Really a solid contributor out of their bullpen. Impressive earned run average, and they needed it all to force that playoff against the Tigers last fall. That's a heck of a weekend up in Minneapolis. You talk about the Royals are up there. They got swept by the Twins. Minnesota Gophers played at home football at their new outdoor stadium. Monday night game had Brett Favre in his first start against the Green Bay Packers. The next night they turned the Metrodome around. Minnesota won that 12-inning game in one of the most tension-filled games I've ever seen in my life. Boy, that was a great weekend up there.
Hudson recovers after the one hop off of his gut and throws out Kendall. Royals down 1-2-3 against Crain. Now at Thoroughbred Ford. Well, we are all even going into the 8th inning. And if you look at the first 3, the Royals were ahead 5-1. And then Minnesota outscoring the Royals 5-1. And there again are the Roya club from Lee Summit. He didn't fill in his belly button there. You see that?
He's got the right school of colors, though. The black and gold Tigers from Lee Summit High. You probably haven't done any games over there, have you?
No, I haven't.
Miss out on that one.
Drive by it all the time. The kids in our neighborhood go to Lee Summit West, which is like a small college campus. One and one. Brendan Harris doubled back in the 3rd inning. He had been 0 for 9 and then struck out and grounded out against Luke Hochevar. Twins got 5 runs in 6 2/3 against Hochevar, who struck out 7. And then the Twins tied it on a 2-out, 2-run home run from Justin Morneau against John Parrish. And that is the 2nd time in 3 innings that Minnesota put a run or runs on the board after there were 2 outs and nobody on base. Couple of ground balls. Hochevar getting Span, and then Hudson and Maurer doubled, and Morneau didn't waste any time. The very first pitch from John Parrish drilled it off the concrete wall and straightaway center field for his 3rd home run of the year. Broken bat. Betancourt charges, throws low, and Butler handles it. Immediately Betancourt checks his hand and wipes it off on the back of his pants, so he picked up a slippery ball. 1 away.
That's at least the 3rd, if not the 4th time in the last week that Billy Butler has saved Betancourt a throwing error on a ball that has been offline. Last night he had one in the dirt, throwing this one on the run in the dirt to the backhand side. Once again, Billy doing a nice job of picking it at first.
It always looks like it's raining harder on television than it actually is. That's just a very light mist that's falling.
Yeah, but it's been doing it for about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So the field could be a factor by the time this is over. You figured the bullpens would be involved in this one, but after having a 5-1 lead, you was hoping it wasn't going to be a tied game. If you're a Kansas City fan, if you're a Minnesota fan, you're loving it.
Nick Blackburn, by the way, off the hook after giving up 6 runs in 4 1/3 innings. One of those runs unearned. Denard Span 0 for 4. Brought an 8-game hitting streak into the game tonight.
How about the guy with the Blyleven jersey? Number 28. No Jesse Crane.
Same size hat that Burt wears as well.
Next, you're going to be saying they can cover the infield with that.
Yeah, it's pretty close. There aren't many clicks left on the back of that cap. There's Burt.
How about 23 years in the big leagues?
And he is perhaps right now the hottest debate every time the Hall of Fame votes roll around. And every year.
Yeah, that's him.
Now, we share a production truck with the Twins, so I'm sure their broadcast team has told them that he's on our television, so that's why you get the little acknowledgement. Also pitched very well against the Royals in his career. I think he's got, what, maybe the 2nd most wins of any pitcher?
I tell you, he was tough. And it was amazing. It seemed like he never got any run support.
Iaspo to the hole, 2 down. So Denard Span 0 for 5.
Royals been trying to keep the ball down against him all weekend long. Doing a good job here tonight. 3 ground balls in the infield, a strikeout, and a lazy fly ball to left. That's that Rube sinker that he loves to go with.
Well, here's where the Twins have been dangerous. 2 outs, nobody on. Back in the 5th inning, Hudson, who bats now, doubled on an 0-2 pitch, and that led to Joe Maurer's double. make that single, which made it a 1-run game. And with 2 outs and nobody on in the 7th inning, Mauer doubled. Morneau hit the game-tying home run. No balls, 2 strikes. There you go. Had a souvenir from Twins first base coach Jerry White. Turned around and gave it to a younger kid right behind him. 1 ball, 2 strikes. If we had a fan of the game award split, I'd give it to that guy.
All right, I like it.
Yeah. I don't know what the gal in the umbrella thought about that. I think she wanted that ball.
Yeah, he took it away from her to give it away.
Split, she has a pink Royals hoodie just like you do. Got him looking. Hudson knew it. So Root with a 1-2-3-8. Tied to the bottom of the 8th.
Pink, huh?
Update on his injury. David DeJesus climbing the triples charts for the Royals. American League scoreboard, interviews, analysis, and much more coming up when this one finishes. Let's go back to Ryan and the man who apparently likes pink hoodies.
I don't know. You don't have the zipper on yours, though. Yours is more of a pullover pink hoodie, isn't it?
I really kind of like the royal blue fleece. Yeah. I think that's more me, but
that fan with the Royals cap and sweatshirt next to her got a souvenir foul ball and turned around and gave it to that little guy right behind him with the red hood on.
Now he can go home and tell Mom what a nice play he made on that foul ball.
That's right. And his smile is the biggest one we've seen tonight. Alex Gordon, Yuniesky Betancourt, and David DeJesus coming up against Jesse Crain. This is the second inning for Crain. He tied the Royals in order in the 7th.
8-9ers have really had a pretty good night for the Royals here. Ellis has hit it on the button 3 times. Betancourt has a couple hits and RBI. Need somebody to start an inning right here.
Two balls, no strikes.
That was with that little move right there with one hand, reminding himself to stay inside the ball, work the middle of the field over the shortstop's head, trying to go with the pitch. Try to stay out of the pull mode that he was in the last couple of years.
Back on Wednesday, Alex committed an error on defense and then won the game, or put the Royals in front in the 10th inning with a home run. He has an error tonight. And here he bats in a tie game in the bottom of the 8th. Two balls, two strikes. And in tonight's You Call It, presented by Sprint. By the way, thank you for participating. 49% said that Alex's go-ahead home run in the 10th was our play of the week. Alex 0 for 4 against Jesse Crane with a walk and 2 strikeouts. Broken bat, Hardy sprinting out to center and catches up to it. Put his head down, ran to the spot where he thought the ball was going to be, looked up, and there it was.
Knew he had to get there in a hurry. The ball was not hit very high because it was in on the fist of Alex. Hardy's a pretty solid defensive shortstop, and I think they're going to love his bat. They got so little run production out of their middle infielders a year ago. They've probably taken care of that problem.
I'll tell you, that angle of him catching that ball, you could really see the raindrops, the moisture glistening on the grass, and it's been raining steady now for a couple of hours. And who knows, as you predicted, Split, I mean, that might have something to do with the conclusion of this game. Will Mother Nature play a factor? Betancourt has a 3-hit game. That's the second time he has singled to right. So he's 3 out of 4. And a runner at first with 1 out.
First single to right field is on a breaking ball well out of the strike zone. Pitch that you don't want him chasing. This one, a lot better idea. Cut fastball, move runner to the outer part, stays on top of it. Solid base hit to right field on a 3-hit performance tonight for Betancourt.
So Crane goes an inning and a third. And another pitching change. Royals want coming up. We take a look at tonight's Miller Lite Taste Greatness moment of the game. David DeJesus working on a cycle.
Double, triple, single, RBI on the triple, a couple runs scored. Solid night to play for DeJesus, who continues to play well.
He is also grounded into a double play. So Brian Dunsing out of the University of Nebraska, pitching in back-to-back games. Didn't face DeJesus last night. Dunsing pitched a scoreless ninth in Minnesota's 8-3 win. Gave up an infield single to Alberto Callaspo.
Only threw 12 pitches here last night, so should be good to go here tonight. Split time last year with the big league club and the AAA team in Rochester, New York. Looks like he's here for good right now, though. Be interesting to see what Dunsing comes up with. Uses a curveball and a slider. Now this is a fastball situation, but ball game on the line late. Really don't think David will see a fastball here.
David's faced him 4 times and has 2 hits. Three balls, no strikes. Trey Hillman getting Joakim Soria ready if the Royals take the lead in the bottom of the 8th.
Jang out the green light here?
I don't think so.
I don't say, I'm a no.
And it ends up being a good call.
Yeah. Need a base runner in scoring position to score right here. And that gets it done.
3 walks given up by the Twins, and that is somewhat news. They average this year about 2 walks per game and have the fewest walks in the American League.
They walked just 4 Royals all last weekend. 1 here last night.
Jumps ahead of Posednik. 0 for 2 with a strikeout. He's grounded into a double play. But Scott has also driven in a run with a sac fly, has a sac bunt. Against Dunsing, Posednik is 1 out of 7. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Posednik has been so good at getting on base, but right now you've got your base runners. You want a guy who is confident that he can drive in a run.
He's ahead in the count, 2-1. He is hitting at .400 overall. And with runners in scoring position, he has been ultra impressive. .625. And that's in 16 at-bats. Soft liner is caught, and a double play. Twins have turned 3 double plays tonight. is going to send up Mauer, Morneau, and Kadire, and that's why I'm sure we see Joaquin Soria coming on for the 9th inning.
Joaquin last pitched the Wednesday ball game in Toronto. It's the 10th inning. Gave up 1 hit in that ball game. He also pitched in 1 game against Minnesota last Sunday afternoon. Closed out that ball game, went an inning and a third in that one. A couple thoughts right here. You mentioned the heart of the order drew up for Minnesota. One of the reasons in there, but also the Royals in the bottom of the 9th inning will have the heart of their order drew up. So you figure Joaquin shut him down here. You're in the right part of your order when you bat in the bottom of the inning.
Mauer has 4 hits. Like De Jesus, just a home run shy of the cycle.
Mauer looking fastball in the first pitch. That's what he got. Knee high in the middle part of the plate. He took it on the same line where it came from. Right back up the middle.
Seeing more teams ready for that first fastball from Soria, and now Morneau pops it up. Fastball back to the grass. Morneau tying the game with a home run in the 7th inning against John Parrish, but Joaquin Soria, not only one of the best closers in the league, but one of the best at being 0-1 on just about every hitter, and teams are catching on that being 0-1 on Joaquin Soria is not a good thing.
Well, he's always going fastball first pitch and then get to the breaking ball maybe later on. Has pinpoint control, so you figure he's going to be in the strike zone. That first one might be the best one you get in the entire at bat.
So Morneau not much success. Kadire 1 for 8 with 5 strikeouts, and he's after the first pitch.
I thought it was interesting in spring training, Joaquin not using the curveball so much, more of a changeup guy, giving teams a look at that, kind of keeping the curveball for the regular season. The scouts were all talking, what's wrong with this curveball? He's going changeup. But I mean, everybody knows that, even though it was just in camp. Big thing for him is the easy delivery. Fastball sneaks up on hitters. Remember when he first came up, he was overpowering guys, making them look bad at the plate, and the radar gun was saying he was throwing 90 or 91, but it looked like he was throwing about 95. Going around, what do you see? Well, just a nice, easy delivery. Sneaky fast.
Runs that one up at 94. Three, 4, 5 hitters for the Twins have 8 hits. Great pitch. Kadire realizes there's nothing he can do with that. 2 down.
Talk about perfectly thrown. How about knee high outside corner? There's verification of it on Fox Tracks.
And in typical Joaquin fashion, he gives up a leadoff single to Joe Mauer, but continues to just fill the strike zone. He has dominated Kubel, and there's strike 1. Never sense any type of fear with Soria, whether he's pitching well, which is almost all the time, or maybe coming off a blown save or a poor outing. He is always trying to put first pitch right in the strike zone, and more times than not just coming right at the hitter with a fastball. And he comes back with a changeup, the Ramon Ramirez power changeup. It's 0-2.
A lot of people have thought that he kind of modeled himself after Mariano Rivera, the easy delivery. Good to see him make the All-Star team a couple of years ago, so he got to spend some time with the great Yankee closer. They developed a bond. last player to wear number 42? I think he is.
He is. Yep.
Yep. I think so.
Two and two. There's no way for him to get a save tonight, but his next will be number 94. And that'll be the most for a Mexican-born pitcher in the major leagues, passing Aurelio Lopez, who pitched briefly for the Royals. Full count. Track says it wasn't even close.
Kubel had to be anxious about taking that one, though.
Mauer runs. Kubel strikes out. So we're tied to the bottom of the ninth. The Royals will be sending up Billy Butler, who has 3 hits. Then Jose Guillen, who has driven in a run. And Alberto Callas.
Pitch, he gave up a hit, a run, it was earned, a walk, a strikeout. 10th appearance of the year already for career. He's normally good for 75 to 80 outings a year. He's on pace for that again here in 2010.
So everyone's standing and cheering as Billy Butler comes up. 3 hits already, which makes the base running mistake by Yuniesky Betancourt in the bottom of the 8th inning hurt that much more. Kind of ran the Royals right out of the inning. Runners at first and second and 1 out, and Scott Posednik hit a soft liner to second. Betancourt took off for third with 1 out. Hudson made the play, ran to second, and that denied Butler a chance to bat with a man on base in scoring position.
Brian, I think the mentality of a really good hitter at this point in the ballgame, even though he already has 3 hits, he knows his team needs something else out of him. So if he can't get something going right here, despite the fact that he already has 3 hits in the ballgame, it's not a good night. Even game, his team needs something else. Got to make it happen right now.
Billy faced Guerrier last night and flied out to deep left field. Overall, he is 4 out of 13 against Matt Guerrier. Orlando Hudson wants it. 1 down. Guerrier is the 6th Minnesota pitcher. Nick Blackburn gave up all 6 runs in 4 1/3 innings. And then the bullpen getting 1 scoreless inning from Ron Mayhay, 2 thirds scoreless from Pat Neshek, an inning and a third from Jesse Crane, 2 thirds from Brian Dunsing. Ball 1 on Jose Guillen. He is 0 for 6 against Matt Guerrier. And the first inning tonight, he doubled against Blackburn and drove in a run, his team leading 14th of the year. Broke his bat. Hudson out again. Tough play. Nice play.
Brian, you can see Hudson starting to get a little anxious about this because he knows he's getting deep into that outfield. He also knows it's time for Kadire to come bearing down on him. Infielders are instructed on that play, go as far as you can go until somebody calls you off. So on a play like that, it's pretty quiet in the outfield. You want that outfielder making the call in the pop-up because he has the entire play in front of him.
So 2 up, 2 down. Alberto Callaspo, 1 for 4, could easily be 3 out of 4. 2 of his outs have been line outs to right. And as far as Callaspo against Guerrier, Alberto is 3 out of 8. A busy inning for Hudson. We will go to extra innings. And Soria will pitch the 10th. Soria, who turned in a scoreless 9th, will get the lower third of the order in the 10th. Delman Young, J.J. Hardy, and Brendan Harris. Soria allowed a single to Joe Mauer to begin the 9th, but then retired Justin Morneau, Michael Kadire, and Jason Kubel. Bruce Chen just starting to play catch in the Royals right field bullpen.
Soria dozen pitches in inning number 9. Remember a year ago this time he came back from the World Baseball Classic very rusty. He had been sick. Probably a little tenderness in the shoulder at that time, but he didn't say anything. They're trying to do what they could to protect him at the time. Throwing free and easy right now.
Two and two.
Delman Young trying to take that one out. They're looking back to the home plate umpire Jerry Davis. Was that in the zone? Trash says that it was.
Full count. Delman Young is 1 for 6 against Joakim Soria. 1 for 7. Third straight strikeout.
Nothing fancy about that. I mean, that is a middle fastball. Middle of the strike zone from inside out, middle from top to bottom. A little extra heat on it, a little giddy up at the end. And first out of the inning. As they like to say, power against power. Delman Young didn't get cheated either.
And now J.J. Hardy, and you can see right behind him, Jim Thome has moved to the on-deck circle. Tough night for Hardy. One game after ending an 0 for 14 with a home run last night. He is 0 for 4 tonight. A couple of strikeouts, and he has grounded into a double play. Thome will bat for Brendan Harris. 1-1. First time that J.J. Hardy is facing Joakim Soria. Remember when we were in Milwaukee a few years ago and they had 3 or 4 guys that could run. They were big, they were strong. Meyer calling off Pasednik, and 2 down. J.J. Hardy, Corey Hart, Ricky Weeks,
Billy Hall. Couldn't decide whether he was an infielder or an outfielder. Ryan Braun.
And then shortly after that, a guy named Prince Fielder came on the scene. So Jim Thome, who hit his 45th career home run against the Royals last night. That's the most of any opposing player in Royals history. And it was his 567th career home run.
Ryan, you think he pounds this our ball club, but it was like that way with Minnesota too. He has the most home runs of any active player against Minnesota when they signed him. So it's not just happening here.
Pasednik coming up in left, looking up into the rain. So Soria turns in 2 scoreless innings. Royals coming up with Meyer, Kendall, and Gordon in the 10th.
Bad on TV as it is in person. It's starting to pick up a little bit down here. It is starting to get a little bit wetter. Split mentioned before that the field getting a bit wet as well. That's the case Now, the one thing we do have to look out for, heavier rain expected to be coming in, slow moving, but it is right in the area within the next half hour. Somebody heard on the ground crew saying, we're not getting a 15 or 16 because Mother Nature may win that one. So we'll see what's happening. Back upstairs to a place where it never rains, Ryan.
That's right.
If it's raining, we'll send Joel out to check it out.
AT KCA is at third base. Jim Thome batting for Brendan Harris in the top of the 10th. And Matt Guerrier, just like Joaquim Soria, pitches the 9th, stays on for the 10th. One ball, one strike. Mitch Meyer came on as a pinch runner for Rick Ankiel in the 5th inning. Ankiel with a sore quad. Meyer scored, and he's batted once with a pop out to second base. 2 balls, 1 strike.
And you certainly don't take any chances with the guy in a sore quad when he's got a wet field out there. Playing time has been hard to come by for Mitch, who had a strong finish to last year, getting a lot of time at center field.
Slow roller. And Orlando Hudson now has been involved with the last 6 outs. Turned an unassisted double play in the 8th. Caught a couple of pop-ups in the 9th. And then a ground ball to end the 9th. And now a ground ball in the 10th.
And Guerrier has it on cruise control. He's got just 12 pitches so far.
Kendall 0 for 2, but he's been on base a couple of times.
How about when he got hit in the 5th? That's the first time he's been hit all year. Guy has been known to take a lot of pitches on that left arm. That Chichi guy, you got to be very careful pitching him inside because he will not move.
Winning run is at first base with 1 out. Twice in his major league career, Jason Kendall has been hit 31 times.
I think it was 17 a year ago. So many times he tries to take the ball the opposite way, but he gets the bat hit out in front there and rips it into left field.
Split when he was hit back in the 5th inning. That was a 249th time in his career. Not to mention all the foul balls he's taken as a catcher.
Well, that's why I pointed out. Surprised it's the first one of this year.
Yeah.
Thought it would have happened a number of times by now.
And now Alex Gordon. 1 for 4 tonight. 0 for 3 against Guerrier. Last time Alex batted in the 10th inning was on Wednesday at Toronto. Straightaway center field off of lefty Scott Downs. In a game where the Royals gave up the lead in the 8th inning, tonight giving up the lead in the 7th. So everything all lined up for Alex again. Also, Alex not as proud of this, but he committed an error in the game on Wednesday. He's committed an error in the game tonight. What else do you need, Split?
Well, you'd like to see put the heat on the defense right here, but I think you played station to station with the field conditions as it is. Kendall moves well at first base. You can do some things with him, but I don't think it lines up for a hit and run or try to send a runner or anything right now. Just the risk reward is not there.
Pass Morneau. Kendall will get to third base. Alex is going to hold it first. So the winning run is at third with 1 out. And Alex Gordon comes up with another big hit in the 10th inning.
It means so much to have a man on base. All of a sudden now, everybody in the infield is out of position. Morneau has to hold the base runner. That allows Gordon to get the ball by him. Kendall was not running on the delivery. He got to that ball out in front of the plate and really hammered it. No problem. Kendall going first to third on that. Now the Twins are in a fix. Ron Gardner out to have the entire infield, pitcher and catcher, on the mound. Everybody has to know right now what he wants, where he wants them to play.
Rodriguez.
They're in a position right now, they're going to have to pull that outfield in pretty well, too. Outfielders, the depth is determined by how strong their arm is. Should there be a fly ball to them, they've got to be shallow enough that they can throw Kendall out at the plate. Span will be a little more shallow than anybody else in center.
3 hits already tonight for Yuniesky Betancourt. Oh and 1. And Betancourt has had a good night at the plate, but made a base running mistake in the 8th. He ran the Royals out of an inning on a little soft liner pop up to Hudson at second base. That ended the inning and left Billy Butler on deck. You also got to keep an eye out for a squeeze in a situation like this. So Betancourt trying to redeem himself here in the bottom of the 10th. 1-1. But I wonder if Ron Gardenhire didn't also cover in that conference on the mound. First of all, as you said, where the ball goes if it's hit. But number 2, Betancourt doesn't have the best pitch selection in the league, and maybe telling Matt Guerrier, you don't have to give in to this guy. One ball, 2 strikes.
I think you make a good point right there, Ryan, but also if you go working out of the strike zone, hoping that he chases, if he doesn't, now all of a sudden you're behind in the count, gives him a better opportunity to put that bunt down. So if you get pitch 1 over for a strike, now all of a sudden the Royals are on the defense. They pretty much take that bunt out of play. They did get ahead with strike 1. Now all of a sudden down in the count, they can pitch out for a pitch, maybe 2. It kind of takes away some of the things. So I think you had to go after Betancourt. Throw him a strike early, even though he does chase and will get himself out if he's swinging.
But even though it's 1-2, has he put one in the strike zone yet? It's going to be tough to turn a double play with the wet grass. Struck him out. We'd have to look at Fox Tracks. I don't know how many of those swings that he took, how many were in the grid.
Guerrier has pretty good command. He could work all the way around that zone and never really give in to it. I still think in that situation you have to be ahead in the count if you're the Minnesota Twins.
Well, the Twins are not going to pitch to David DeJesus. David has 3 hits. He is a home run shy of the cycle. He has also walked. And so on one hand, this seems like a good move, pitching to Posednik, even though Posednik is hitting about 400 than DeJesus. But even though Guerrier has good control, there is no room for error.
Well, you can't not intentionally walk this guy unless you're absolutely sure he can throw strikes to the next one. And I think you look at the 2 hitters, it's going to be Guerrier against one of the left-handed hitters. Who has the best chance to drive in a run? And to me, David DeJesus is that guy. So you don't want him if you have another option. David simply hits the ball harder than Posednik does at most times. But like you say, you have painted yourself into the corner.
Guerrier was really working on that pad behind the mound. And Justin Morneau is over there now, and a hard plastic pad, and that's what the guys use to clean off the cleat. So the field is a factor, and we talk about the wet grass, but you also have to worry about the pitcher. He's got that clay all bunched up in his spikes, so that rain is starting to accumulate all over the field.
Ground crew has not been out of the drying compound yet tonight. We talked about that off air a couple innings ago. Haven't seen them all evening. So at least at this point, there aren't any complaints with the dirt portion of the field.
Ball 1 on Posednik. 0 for 3. He has hit into 2 double plays, and he is struck out in the second inning. drove in a run with a sacrifice fly. One and one. For the first time all season, Pasetnik is down below 400. He's at 393. But he has been one of the best in the American League with runners in scoring position.
A career 277 hitter, so he's still got some room to go. Still swinging it pretty well.
Shallow left, Delman Young coming in and now going back and barely made the play. The Royals leave 3 and they have stranded 11. Year at AAA Omaha. And for the Twins, it's the 6th time through the order, and the top of the order was Span, Hudson, Maurer coming up.
Bruce Chen signed by the Royals as a minor league free agent in March of 2009, just before the start of the season. Signed again as a minor league free agent in December of 2009. In camp with the big league club, but did not make the team out of spring training.
Denard Span is 0 for 5. Luke Hochevar went 6 2/3. He left with the lead. A 2-run lead with 2 outs in the 7th inning. Charged with 5 runs. John Parrish allowed a 2-run home run to Justin Morneau. One of the runs charged to Hochevar, the other one to Parrish. Josh Roop, an inning and a third scoreless. Joakim Soria went 2 innings tonight. He struck out 3. Royals suffering their 6th blown save of the year. But still have a chance to win it. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
The guy you put in the ball game right now, Ryan, you're comfortable that he can put a 0 up on the scoreboard in this inning. But you also want to have a guy that might go 2 or 3 innings for you. You never know how late into the night this one will go.
Gordon at third base. Right on target, 1 down. So Span is 0 for 6. And he came in with an 8-game hitting streak. Alex Gordon helping the Royals build a rally in the bottom of the 10th inning. The Royals had runners at first and third with 1 out, but Matt Guerrier got out of it with a strikeout and a flyout.
In fact, the lowest numbers in the American League on second base. Had just 43 RBIs of the second baseman a year ago. Hudson would give him a lot more than that.
Popped up, tough play, looking up into the rain, and it drops. It appeared to be a tougher play for Billy Butler than it was for Alberto Callasco. But Butler was the one that went for it.
Royals had a pop-up drop here on opening day. You'd love to see somebody just attack it. The wind is blowing in from left field a little bit. You would think it would push the ball back to Billy a little bit. It looked like he had it under control the entire time.
Callasco just gave way to Butler a little too soon. He coming in kind of slow and just figured Billy was going to take it the whole way. Joe Mauer thinking about laying down a bunt, which is the last thing the Royals would expect. But if he does get one down to the third base side, Alex Gordon would be charging in and picking up a wet bar of soap.
By the time Alice got to it, Mauer would be across the bag as deep as the Royals are playing at third.
A 4-hit game for Mauer, a home run shy for the cycle. David DeJesus for the Royals is just a home run shy for the cycle. Mauer has gone from 333 to 371. 3 balls, no strikes. Bruce Chen wanted that last pitch. Kind of glaring in at home plate umpire Jerry Davis.
You got to think that Mauer, batting champion, would have the green light anytime he wants it, but they could use a base runner on a scoring position. He has capable people behind him. And I'm not surprised to see him take that one. You know, if you didn't have some RBI people behind him, you'd probably want to cut him loose on that one. But Morneau, as good as he is, and Kadire, it's not like he's a lone man standing in the heart of their order.
Wouldn't be a bad idea if the Twins wanted to send Hudson. If it's a strike, you figure Mauer is going to make contact. And that's the second straight throw over there. And sometimes the pitcher gets a field split, and sometimes the dugout says you throw over to first base.
Well, you might also catch that guy trying to get a good jump. He knows he's on a wet track. Maybe you can throw behind him, getting out without having to pitch to Mauer right now.
Not running. And did Mauer go? Yes. He didn't think he did. And that hardly ever happens. Mauer going too far on an abbreviated swing.
Really never see him lose his balance at the plate, but I think he's well out on his front foot here. Chen going with the slider. Supposed to be well out of the strike zone, but that's about as off balance as you ever see him.
And again, throwing over to first.
Always a good time to throw over there. If you've got a guy over there that can run in this situation, he might get a little anxious and go too early. Wouldn't mind throwing again.
He's going, and Mauer hits it to center, sinking on Meyer, who dives, and it's off of his glove. Hudson's going to try for 3, and he'll make it.
Royals forced to play pretty deep against Mauer. They got to prevent against the extra base hit, and the ball going through. Pretty good pitch to him for Bruce Chen. Pretty good pitch for him. Mauer had to reach for it. Didn't get a whole lot on it. Boy, Mitch Mauer got a lot of leather on that one. You'd love to see him be able to make that grab. Hudson holding up right there until he saw the ball bound away. No problems going first to third when you've got the center fielder on his knees.
Royals getting together on the mound, and now they're going to talk about what to do with Justin Morneau. Now you have a lefty-lefty matchup here, but they also had a lefty-lefty matchup back in the 7th inning.
Even though that was a lefty-lefty matchup, it was a mistake breaking ball. You got to figure you're going to make a better pitch than that against a left-handed hitter. If you're the Royals right here, I think you have to take the matchup you're given and go ahead and take your chances with what you have on the mound against a guy who can drive him in from anywhere. Bob McClure out to have a visit. This meeting right here isn't with anybody except Bruce Chan and Jason Kendall. Infield is just hanging around. Royals now getting some activity in their bullpen. Chan could be down to his last hitter. That's Robinson Tejeda.
The hit for Maurer was his 5th. So he is 5 out of 6. Ball 1 outside. Home run for Morneau in the 7th, his 19th career home run against the Royals, the most against any American League team. And we told you earlier that Morneau hit his first major league home run here back in '03. Look out.
That's pretty good flexibility right there. I'm impressed.
That was a gymnast at one point in his life.
Got to keep the ball down on Morneau, even though he's a good low ball hitter. Got to hope you can get a ground ball.
2-1. Hudson with 1 out reached on an error, an infield pop-up that was not played. And Billy Butler, the closest, charged with the error, and then Maurer with the single, sending Hudson to third. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Now you have to give in a little bit. Got to get the ball on the plate. Really don't have to throw a fastball. Chen has accomplished with his sliders. He is the fastball. See if they go that way.
Well, it's a very similar pitch that he hit out of the ballpark, a high slider.
And if you had a pitch to work with right here, you can maybe throw one about eye level high, see if you get him chase a bad one, but can't afford to give up a fly ball.
No swing this time, and they're loaded up for Kadire. And Trey Hillman comes walking up the steps, and it looks like he's going to go righty-righty with Tejeda against Kadire.
his 9th appearance overall. Royals just hoping for a strikeout right here. That's the best arm they have in the bullpen. They know they run the threat of the walk. You see 9 walks to the 8 punch-outs so far this year, so that is always in play. But Tejeda certainly capable of getting a strikeout, and that's what the Royals need right here.
Hudson's at third, Mauer's at second, Morneau at first. And now Kadire against Tejeda. 2 hits for Kadire. He has driven in 3 runs in the series. He had 2 last night. Interesting matchup last year between these two. Robinson Tejeda held right-hand batters to a 125 average. And at one point, he had retired 43 consecutive right-hand hitters. It was the longest in all of Major League Baseball. And it was broken on a Michael Kadire home run. DeJesus going to get behind it. Hudson tagging at third. And DeJesus' throw is late. Minnesota takes a 7-6 lead. So Kadire picks up his 4th RBI of the series.
He got ahead in the count. He knew Tejeda had to come in with a pitch, and he got a fastball up in the zone, outside part of the plate. And he was looking for something he could hit in the air. Guided it into right field. Kadire, pretty confident hitter. He's hitting 15 in his first 16 games this year.
Jason Kubel 0 for 4 with a walk. So the run is charged to Chen. It is an unearned run as Hudson reached on an error. And the Royals with 3 errors tonight. Going to be a tough play now for Kendall, trying to fight the rain and makes a basket catch. Inning over, Minnesota gets 1, an unearned run. 7-6 Twins.
Well, he's not Joe Nathan, but he's sure pitching like him. 6 for 6 in the save opportunities. He was named their closer about 2 days before they left spring training. They were going closer by committee, but he had a good camp. And they thought, well, we'll go ahead and give him the first opportunity. He hasn't missed yet. The thing the Royals have going for him, he is a fly ball pitcher, so if somebody can get onto one, even though the ball won't carry very well in this rain. You're in the heart of the order. anybody could leave at any time.
And there are no routine fly balls now with the way the rain is falling.
I'm not sure there are any routine ground balls either.
Good point.
They're going to guard the line at third base, try to take away the extra base hit from Billy.
And Billy trying to redeem himself after mishandling a pop-up in the top of the 11th, which led to the go-ahead run, an unearned run charged to Bruce Chen. Past Hardy and into left field, so the tying run is on with nobody out. And for Billy Butler, a 4-hit game.
Well, like the Twins in their half of the inning, you got to find a way to get a start. Billy got the ground ball through the left side. Now he'll be lifted for a pinch runner. That's Willie Bloomquist. So an upgrade on the bases right here. Billy, solid contact, roll it through the left side. Range of all the infielders cut down because of the sticky conditions. Rose has 16 hits tonight. Wow. Don't want to let it get away.
Jose Guillen driving in a run back in the first inning with his 5th double of the year. Ball one from Roush. Royals have gone 4 consecutive games, not counting tonight, without a stolen base. And now they are 5th in the league in stolen bases. They are 5 out of 6 against the Twins. Boy, Guillen got a pitch he liked up. Just didn't make solid contact. 1-1.
Guillen hoping to win this ball game 8-7 right here on that swing. Got a high fastball. He wasn't just thinking fly ball, he was thinking long fly. I don't think you talk about stealing a base right here. Now maybe with one out, but I think let your guys swing the bat.
2-1. Now John Roush had 26 career saves before he was given the job when Joe Nathan went down, so he has quite a bit of experience in this role. Again, Guillen trying to end it, and the count is 2-2. And with Bloomquist running, he doesn't need to hit a home run. I mean, a home run would win it, but with the wet grass, anything in a gap would tie the game.
Well, I think right now you cut down on the swing a little bit. You've taken 2 shots at it, didn't get it done. Now you need a line drive somewhere.
Got him to chase a pitch that was up. It's easy to forget now, as good as he has been. But Joe Nathan, when he was given the closer's job by the Twins in 2004, had 1 career save. And then with Minnesota, he's had 246.
Remember when he came over in that trade, he was a setup man. Guy that was out there pitching the 7th inning, the 8th inning. Twins were hoping he could be a closer, but at that point, it was just a hope. They weren't sure.
Hit hard off of Cacilla's glove. Down into the corner. Bloomquist on his way to third. Dave Owen is going to wave him home. Bloomquist is safe. The game is tied. Jose Guillen looked like he thought he had won the game. He started walking back to the Royals dugout. Either way, we're tied at 7 in the bottom of the 11th.
AT KCA with a nice introduction to the hot corner at third base. In fact, got his glove torn off by that drive from Guillen. Fastball, middle in. Guillen quick enough to get to it and just whistled it by KCA, who's diving at third base. Look how long the run is for a young left fielder. That's why Dave Owen sent the base runner. You know that ball is soaking wet. You mentioned picking up a bar of soap. Well, try to handle that with the cutoff and relay. Throw is offline. The Royals have evened it at 7-all.
Brian Pena is going to run for Guillen. And now Callaspo almost ended it with a drive off the right field line. So it's the first blown save for John Roush as a member of the Twins. And Jose Guillen with his second double and his second RBI of the game. Callaspo, be nice for him to end it right here, but he has to remember there's nobody out.
Ground ball to the right side, be fine.
Fly ball right center field. Long run span, still running, and makes the play. So the winning run will be at third with one out. Callaspo gets the job done.
Now the Twins have a decision to make. You pitch your Mitch Meyer. They have two bases open. Got to find a way to get out of this inning. You don't have to pitch him if you don't want to. And it won't be Rick Anderson, the pitching coach, going on the mound. It'll be Ron Gardner, the manager.
Royals in the bottom of the 10th inning had runners at first and third, one out. And the Twins elected to intentionally walk David DeJesus after the second out was recorded and go after Scott Posebnik with the bases loaded. And with one out here, they could go after Meyer, they could walk him and at least give them some more options. The winning run, obviously, is the one they're worried about now. But with a runner at first base and a sharply hit ground ball, they could get out with a double play.
The infield is in, the outfield is in.
And as I say that, though, with all this rain and all this moisture over the last 3 hours, you really can't bank on trying to get two outs in this situation. You'll just take any single out you can get. Two 2-0 on Meyer. Jason Kendall hoping that Meyer will take care of the game right here. 2-1.
They're kind of working all the way around the strike zone against Mitch. A couple of fastballs up, that one away.
Maybe thinking young player, little anxious here. Don't put anything near the middle of the strike zone.
Backup guy. Not much time yet this year.
3-1.
All around the zone.
And now Roush feeling the effects from the sloppy mound.
Nathan desperately did not want to go on the disabled list. He went with 4 different doctors to get their opinion to see if he was going to have that surgery. Tried to pitch with it. Good thing for the Twins. That happened in the first week of games in spring training. So they had the rest of camp to try to figure out what they do in the late innings.
Still 3-2.
Mitch is pretty good about getting the ball in the air. You don't really think of him as a guy that hits the ball low and hard. Watching in batting practice, he's got it in the air a lot. Love to have a fly ball here. Getting their strongest arms here in left field and right field. Weakest throwing outfielder is the center fielder.
Shallow left field. Delman Young making the running play. Well, there's the advantage of the outfield in with the winning run at third base. Maybe regular depth and alignment, Hardy's able to go out from short and get it, but Delman Young certainly doesn't make that play.
Well, you knew this ball was not hit hard. He got a good jump, ran a good route to it. He is out there in short left field. I mean, no way you try that. In fact, if that ball gets down and he gets a decent hop, he might still throw out Pena at the plate.
Well, if Pena had tagged right there, Delman Young might have said, forget about the throw, I'll just chase him and tag him out, because he had all that forward momentum going.
Now it's good to have a veteran in there. A guy who's seen about everything. Good contact hitter.
Twins with one in the top of the 11th. The Royals have tied it in the bottom half. Didn't get the call.
I don't think it hit him.
No argument. Well, one thing's clear, no matter whether it hit him or not, Jason Kendall was doing everything humanly possible to get out of the way. 3-0.
And if it's going to hit you, make sure it gets that pad on your left elbow.
Four-pitch walk. So Alex Gordon will get another shot. He had the game-winning home run Wednesday afternoon in Toronto in the 10th inning. And in the 10th inning tonight, singled with one out, and Kendall at first. That set up a first and third and one out. But Matt Guerrero got out of it. Brian Pena running for Jose Guillen. Guillen tied it with a double. Ball one. Two and 0.
Minnesota infield back as deep as he can get it on the right side. Any ground ball, knock it down, keep it there in the infield. Middle infielders at the edge of the grass. Marno about as deep as he can get at first base and still get to the bag in time.
Alex breaks his bat. Hudson, who has an error earlier tonight, takes care of him. And we will go 12. The Royals tie it at 7. halves of the 11th inning. Willie Bloomquist, who ran for Billy Butler and came around and scored the tying run, will stay at first base. Meanwhile, Minnesota will send up Delman Young, J.J. Hardy, and AT KCA. Robinson Tejeda taking over for Bruce Chen in the top of the 11th inning and recorded the last 2 outs. One of those was the sac fly from Michael Kadire.
Minnesota's gotten just 1 base hit out of the lower third of their lineup here tonight. 3rd inning double by Harris. They did get a walk to Delman Young in the 7th, but it was the only 2 base runs they got out in the 7, 8, and 9.
Delman Young 0 for 4. A couple of strikeouts. He's been on base with a walk and with an error. Jerry Davis, home plate umpire, says he went around. 1-1. Royals have pitched Delman Young very well. He is 0 for 13 against KC. He really carved up the Royals last year. 5 home runs, 18 driven in.
He's swinging through some pitches tonight. Stuff is up in the strike zone.
Two and 2. Driven into left center field and deep, and Pasetnik won't get there. It's up against the wall. Delman Young thinking about 3. Kind of went skidding across second base. He'll hold with a double. So he picked a pretty good time to come up with his first hit against the Royals this year.
He also looked like he cut down on his swing a little bit, more controlled to the zone. This ball is dead in the gap in left center field, but also remember with the wet goings out there, range of the outfielders is going to be reduced dramatically. Pasetnik has no opportunity to get to that one. Plays it off the warning track. Royals bobbled the relay through to the infield, but Delman Young had held on second base by then.
J.J. Hardy has laid down 1 sacrifice bunt this year. Wasn't bunting there. Hasn't been asked to bunt a lot in his big league career. Back in 05, he had 8. Sometimes that means the situation didn't present itself. Sometimes that means the hitter's not a very good bunter. Two and 0.
Where the Royals are playing the middle infield position, set base runner at second, get all the lead he wants. Betancourt wide and short is playing deep. And Aspo way away from the bag on the second base side, second baseman side, so he can get a big first lead. Secondary lead. Now Betancourt trying to work in behind him, shorten it up a bit.
3-0. Hardy 0 for 5 tonight, 1 for 10 in the series. Four-pitch walk. And now AT KCA coming up. And he is a much better bet to lay down a bunt than Hardy.
Royals would gather at the mound. They'll talk about it. Jason Kendall talking to the infielders. Royals will be tied in at both corners. The thing you have going on the right side now is Bloomquist, his athletic ability coming in, being an infielder by position. Get a better glove over there. Well, it looks like Bob McClure going up with some instructions from Trey Hillman as well as to how they'll play it. I would imagine it'd be standard bunt coverage. charge hard at first base. Have Tejeda with the responsibility covering the third base side. Try to keep Gordon back. Try to get that out of third base on the force.
Tejeda's the 6th Royals reliever. John Roush was the 7th. So both teams are running a little thin. Now KCA, he's only been up with Minnesota for 6 games, so he hasn't laid down a sac bunt yet. But 2 years ago, he had 13. And by today's standards, that's a big number. In fact, last year, Adam Everett of the Tigers led the league with 15. Runs it to third, so he takes Gordon out of the play, and now the wet ball's a factor. Safe. Bases loaded, nobody out. And it really wasn't a wild throw. Piasco had to reach, but the official score believes that KCA would have beat it anyway. It's an infield hit.
Well, he can fly and gets a great jump out of the batter's box. Bunt perfectly placed. Did appear to slip. Almost scored out of the hand of Gordon at third. See what kind of release he gets here. It's like throwing a spitball over the first base. You don't know where it's going to go.
And now the Royals will bring on inning. A few of them want to hang out. We get the feeling a couple others are like, all right, that's enough. Dusty Hughes to face Denard Span, the 7th Royals pitcher tonight.
Dusty Hughes not going to overpower anybody. Has to be down in the strike zone with a sinking fastball. Sweeping type breaking ball. Hope you can get a ground ball here. The thing you have to have for sure is the guy can come out of the bullpen and throw a strike for you.
Dusty hooked up with Denard Span last night, struck him out. And it's the only time they have hooked up. And Kendall, that play so important now, everything in the dirt, with the go-ahead run at third base and nobody out. Delman Young opened the inning with a double into left center. J.J. Hardy followed with a 4-pitch walk, and then Alexi KCA just trying to lay down a sac bunt to the third base side. It was so good he reached with a single. 1-1. Span is 0 for 6, and he had hit an 8 straight coming into tonight.
Rosa playing medium depth in their outfield for him. Not really pulling it in, gambling it all. Infield is in about as tight as you can get.
Popped up. Tough play, shallow center, and Piasco can't play it, and he kicks it away. So Minnesota back out in front, 8-7. Bases still loaded, nobody out. was not hit hard, but he hit it out into no man's land.
Well, this is jam shot. If you're back at normal depth, that's the one you camp under and wait on. But tough angle for Casper coming from the second base side. Short center field, no opportunity for Mitch Meyer to come run that down. Casper had a ball barely get over his head here last night. And a ball from Morneau that drove in a run.
And now Orlando Hudson singled against Dusty Hughes last night. Hudson scored in the first inning, popped up to the right side, a pop-up that was not handled by Billy Butler. Charged with an error, came around to score on Kadyr's sac fly. But the Royals tied it in the bottom of the 11th.
Now that Minnesota has the lead, they think they can take big innings. They're getting to the right part of the batting order. Everything is all set up for them.
And with Mauer on deck, the Royals are at triple play depth. Another pop-up. This one should be playable. Infield fly rule is called. So Mauer comes up with the bases loaded, one out. We were talking about Bert Blyleven earlier tonight, broadcaster for the Twins. And he never wanted to hear another broadcaster talk about a double play being a pitcher's best friend. They always called that a pitcher's good friend. Pitcher's best friend is a triple play.
And he doesn't show up very often.
So Joe Mauer, all he's trying to do here is cushion Minnesota's lead and pick up his 6th hit of the night.
And the Royals pull the infield back. They're about halfway. What percentage hitter does he become with the infield pulled in? On a wet field. 600, 650?
I was going to say, typically you're adding about 100 points to a hitter's average by bringing the infield in. But that's an average player.
Yeah, add 50 more than that with the ball being wet.
Yeah. And another 100, the fact it's Joe Mauer. Two and 0. A triple in the first, RBI single in the 5th, double and a run scored in the 7th, single in the 9th, single in the 11th. Got to go back to 1991, the last time a Minnesota Twin had 6 hits, and it was Hall of Famer Kirby Puckett. 3 balls, no strikes. So a home run shy for the cycle. Of course, that would be a grand slam. That's what Jason Kubel did last year. He hit for the cycle for the Twins, and his final hit was a grand slam. 3-1.
If you're the Royals right now, you want to come back here to the mound. Easiest way to go get a double play. I'm seeing these Minnesota uniforms. I'm seeing Earl Batty and Zoilo Versailles, Bobby Allison,
Tony Oliva.
A young Tony Oliva.
3-2.
I'm thinking Rod Crew wasn't even there yet when they had these ones going.
Harmon Killebrew. He already had the ball in the glove. He just caught that baby. Center field. And this will get another runner home. So it's 9-7. So a 5-hit game for Mauer and a couple of RBIs. J.J. Hardy scores for the first time. So first and second, 2 down for Morneau. And Morneau with the biggest hit that Minnesota has tonight. Back in the 7th inning, a 2-run home run off of John Parrish to tie the game at 6. At the end of 3 tonight, the Royals had a 5-1 lead. So it looked like they had a chance to run away from the Twins. Luke Hochevar got off to a very good start, but the Twins started chipping away against Hochevar. And then the 2-run home run from Morneau with 2 outs in the 7th inning.
Royals really came very close to getting out of this inning. If everything lined up the way it has, if they can handle that pop-up from Denard Span. You got another pop-up and then a fly ball to center field. You get the bases loaded, nobody out. And Twins don't score if they could just handle that one pop-up.
Two and one. 2 runs are charged to Robinson Tejeda. Nine hits for the Minnesota Twins from their 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Slice to Gordon, and that's the inning. Minnesota comes up with 2. Chevrolet play of the game with 2 outs back in the 7th inning.
Twins looked like they were in trouble early in the ball game, but Morneau matched up against the left-handed pitcher. And Parrish let the breaking ball up and out over the plate. He banged it off the bat drop wall almost straight up center field. Morneau unloads his 3rd home run of the year.
His 19th career against the Royals. That's the most he has against any American League team. It has become a very cold night, especially when you're wearing underoos.
Whatever you're wearing is going to be soaked throughout by now. That water now beginning to puddle up to the back of the infield behind second base and between first and second, the edge of the outfield. So everything out there is wet now.
Yuniesky Betancourt, David DeJesus, and Scott Posednik, and John Rouse suffering his first blown save as a Twin. Now has a chance to win it. Betancourt with 3 hits has added 23 points to his average tonight. Had a chance to win it for the Royals in the bottom of the 10th inning with runners at first and third and 1 out, but struck out swinging a pitch very similar to that one. And the bases were loaded with 2 outs in the 10th inning. And Matt Guerrier able to get Posednik on a fly out to left. Center field. Span is there. The Royals had very little luck against Joe Nathan. Nathan putting up some of his best numbers against KC. And John Roush trying to pick up where Nathan left off. Of the 4 saves that Joe Nathan blew against the Royals, blown saves, the Twins still won all 4 of those games. So now here's John Roush suffering his first blown save as a Twin, and Minnesota still has a chance to win it.
Very nice.
So
don't like the end result, but
every time the Royals thought they got to Joe Nathan and said, all right, we're going to beat this guy, the game would go into extra innings, and it would be Minnesota shaking hands on the field after the game.
What blown save do you remember the most?
Well, there was the Mike Sweeney home run right before the All-Star break when he fouled off about 7 pitches. There was the Mark Teahan inside the park home run.
That's the one I remember.
Yeah. The Sweeney one stands out because even though it was a blown save, after the game, Joe Nathan said that was cool because they dueled for about 12, 13 pitches, foul ball, and then a home run into the corner. De Jesus into right field. And Kadire is there for the second out. So David had a productive night at the plate. 3 hits on base 5 times. He is out for just the second time tonight, and now the Royals are down to their last out. Scott Posednik, 0 for 4. Sack bunt in the first inning, sack fly in the second.
The Twins hold on to this lead. They will have won every series so far this year.
This would be their 6th series. Think about a team that's been around for a while, longer than the Royals, just counting their time in Minnesota, not going back to Washington, a successful franchise. And when they won their 4th consecutive series, they had never done that before. They had never started the season winning 4 straight series.
And they're celebrating their 50th year in Minneapolis. Got a patch on the sleeve commemorating it.
Just read the other day that the artist who came up with that original logo with Minnesota and St. Paul shaking hands with a TC just passed away a few days ago.
Metropolitan Stadium was originally built for the Minneapolis Millers. They were trying to attract the Giants to town.
Fair ball, nice play by Casilla, but it draws Morneau off the bag. Well, the Royals are still breathing. Posednik is on, and now Willie Bloomquist comes to the plate. As Bloomquist ran for Butler back in the 11th.
Just put the ball in play for somebody to defend it. See if they can make a play happen. Good effort into foul territory, but the throw offline. They won't even hold Posednik at first base. They want to play straight up and play some defense.
Bloomquist coming on as a pinch runner after Billy Butler opened the 11th inning with a single and came around to score the tying run on Jose Guillen's RBI double. And then Brian Pena ran for Jose Guillen. So Bloomquist and Brian Pena certainly capable of keeping this inning alive and helping the Royals tie, but taking the spot of Billy Butler and Jose Guillen.
Trey Hillman is out of cards on the bench. His 3 backup players are all in there.
To J.J. Hardy. Tough hop. Safe at second. Out! Oh, my. The game is over. Trey Hillman's going to argue. And a few of the Minnesota Twins kind of looking away, shocked that Scott Pasednik was called out at second base. Greg Gibson, the umpire at second. So Brian Pena will not come to the plate. And from here, it looked like it wasn't even close.
I'm going to guess it's from here. It's going to look like, oh my, wow. I think umpire right there just saw, hey, it's time to go home. I'm out of here. Wow. I think you'd have a hard time finding an angle where that looks like an out. I'll call him safe simply because they didn't handle the ball very well.
Look at Orlando Hudson kind of smiling. Now watch John Rouse. I don't know if we'll have a shot at John Rouse as this play continues, but kind of covered his face with his glove. Just realizing right there that an out had been recorded and didn't want to smile or laugh in front of everyone, so hit it with his glove, and Minnesota wins its 6th consecutive series, 9-7 in 12 innings. Time now for Boulevard Royal.